Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, October the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys can, and just give me a moment. Just want to make sure people in. I'm just waiting for Torty. There you are, Torty. Thank you. And you guys can hear me and see my screen in both rooms. Okay. So, David, when you ask a question like, how can I see when to buy and sell? Are you a new trader? I'm just talking to somebody in our YouTube room before I get rolling here. Um, the only thing that tells you what, in theory, what to buy and sell is from our AI. Okay, but it still requires some trading knowledge. It's not blindly just buy and sell. Okay. Now, guys, the PPI number came out at 8:30. It's kind of a mixed reaction. First, there was a pop, then there was a drop. And so right now, the market is just slightly up. The SPY is just slightly up, basically flat. So we'll have to see what sort of reaction. On the economic calendar today, we have 9:45. We've got Goolsby talking. And then at 10 o'clock, one of the Fed presidents, that's Goolsby talking at 9:45. 10 o'clock, we've got the consumer sentiment, and 10:45, we've got Logan speaking. Okay, and then actually at 1:10, we've got Bowman speaking. So we've got probably the next one is going to be at 10 o'clock, the consumer sentiment that could affect the market short term. Okay, intraday. How to get it? Well, you have to be a premium subscriber, David. Okay, you have to be a premium subscriber, and then you can have access to the AI. And it would look like this. This is the window that you would see if you were a premium subscriber, and then you just wait for the alerts to happen. Typically, nothing happens until at least 9:40. Okay, and you'll have it'll be a real time alert, and then there'll be a stop, and how you trade it would be up to you. Now, Tesla guys, look at all the Tesla. Look at all the Tesla ways in which you can trade Tesla if you want to go short. We've got TSLQ, we've got TSDD, TSLZ. So obviously the Tesla had their robotics day, or still don't know what it was really called. What was it called again? Somebody, the official word for it. Anyway, it was, I guess, somewhat underwhelming based on what the market is looking at right now. So Tesla's down 6.6%, which has helped Uber and Lyft because this was going to be, in theory, the robo taxis, and in theory, but they're still a few years off. So Uber and Lyft, I guess, still have the market to themselves. At least that is the idea right there. Uber and Lyft shares are trading higher in reaction to Tesla announcing that a rival offering will go into production in 2026, so a couple of years from now. So that is the reason, I guess, for Uber and Lyft having a bit of a lift this morning. A couple of banks to talk about who have earnings. JP Morgan has earnings, and also WFC, JP Morgan. Now, as William said, a lot of times, I mean, the initial reaction was very good, okay, but it's starting to drift down now. And there's JP Morgan starting to drift down, barely positive, only up 73 cents now. Wells Fargo, WFC, is, I think, more maintaining. It's up still at 3.2%. Now, let's take a look at TWG. TWG, so it did hit a high at 520, and now it has pulled back down to $4. So they are, let's see, 20 cent. Wow, they're making a lot of money. Oh, wait a minute. Are you kidding me? Is this right? They're 27 million shares at 40 cents, raising $10 million, and the stock price is still at 430. There's something wrong there. Doesn't make any sense to me that the stock price would still be way up here when they're issuing 27 million shares at 40 cents a share. Something Something I'm just not understanding. This is a cheap one, guys. Under a dollar, I believe. Yeah, NIVF, but it is up. NIVF. It is up 61%. Low float, 4 million. It's already doubled the float right now in trading. Traded at 8.4 million, so two times the float. Let's see if there's any news on this one. There's got to be something, but I just cannot see any specific news for NIVF. Xena, the Warrior Queen. Let's see, what are you doing now? So you did get up to about 340. You pulled back to 286, still up 62%. And this is the news on it. Xenatech announced that its subsidiary Xena Drone is launching its IQ Nano product. Okay, so that was the news for Xena. Low float, 8 million in the float. Now, this one, I guess it is pulled back somewhat. Not quite. So AEHR, this is an earnings play, relatively low float, 27 million in the float. Now, the big deal about it, if you take a look at a weekly chart, look at the high right there. The high of the week was that week was 1569. So it's still at that high. That was the week of let's see, the end of August. And if it can maintain that 1570, now look left and look at that high on that weekly chart, $20. Now I'm not saying of course it's going to get there, but if it can maintain 1570, I mean it's already up 17%, but it's also a low float, 27 million. So if it really gets a lot more, if the enthusiasm is maintained, then who knows where this could go today. Fast. Let's see, is it still up? Yeah, Fast is another earnings play, guys. This is up 4%. It's a big float, $570 million, but that's a nice move for Fast, FAST. This is up on earnings. The same sort of thing. Look at the weekly chart. Look what it's cleared. Look left on the weekly chart. What do we see? 76.66. So almost $4 to that next high. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but at least you don't have to worry as much about chart resistance for the stock to keep moving higher. DJT, where are you? Yeah, so this is still, interestingly, yesterday there were about 300,000 shares available to short and interactive brokers. At the end of the day, they have all been snapped up. So there are no shares available to short, DJT, and interactive brokers. I can only speak for interactive brokers, of course. PW, yeah, it's still there. Power REIT, or Power, yeah, Power REIT, or Power REIT, that's the name of it. 173 was the high. Last week it got up to 277. So obviously, looking at a weekly chart, if it wants to keep going, it's got some room. Low float, 3.5 million in the float, up 26%. Look at the volume already, 2.4 million. Fun, PHUN. Okay, it's dropped off this list now. I think I can't see it, so it must not be up more than 10 or 9%. PHUN, yeah, it's up eight. I mean, it's still good, 8.6%. Same sort of thing, guys. Look at the weekly chart, and the next high in the weekly chart is almost 5. So if this maintains, and again, it's one of these social media stocks. And yesterday they said they were going to be appearing or participating in the Webull Virtual Corporate Connect webinar. That was the news yesterday. Kind of popped the stock a bit. I don't understand. Oh, I don't understand that at all on the TWG. There's got to be something more going on. I mean, it's a China stock, but there's got to be something more going on. Well, I don't see it here, but CELH is still alive, guys. It's not up a huge percentage, but it's up 1.66%. Starting to drift actually a little bit, but boy, what a trade this was yesterday. Look after hours for CELH, moving higher and higher and higher. And this morning, it did get up to almost 37. Turb, Turb. Still there? Yes, it is. TURB is still there. First time I've seen this stock was yesterday. I don't really recall, even though the day before yesterday it had a big jump. I don't really recall seeing this before. This is this one that's out of Spain. That's right, España. So don't really, I don't, again, I don't really think I've seen this stock before. And you can see why. Look at the weekly chart, basically flatlined for many, many weeks. And all of a sudden, yesterday or this week, it has decided to just take off. Photovoltaic products, okay? So, David, I hope I answered your question. I mean, I'm talking to David in our YouTube room. If you are, if you've got a premium service, then you have access to the AI, and I'll show you how you can, load that window that I flashed on the screen, and just wait for the alerts to happen. And also, lawyer up. You asked about auto trading a little earlier before I opened. Again, auto trading is something that you can do it using Trade Ideas and Brokers Plus. You say you're absolutely new to trading. What I would do is this: before you even start to trade, you have to have some basis behind knowing what you're seeing when you look at a chart. So, what I would do is this: I just put my homepage link in, and if you click on my homepage link, which says Trading 101. This is a free series of videos. There are about 38 of them, okay? And they go from the most basic explanation, the first video, what is a stock, okay? I'm not saying you have to look at every video, but this will give you an idea about how to read charts and all, okay? Money management, things like that, before you commit money to the market. And the only way you can auto trade using trade ideas, you have to create your own strategy. But if you're new to trading, how are you going to do that? See, one more on my list. Actually, Alcan guys. So I guess aluminum prices are, I don't know if it's an all-time high, but there's they said aluminum was at an all-time high. Alumina, okay, the main ingredient in making aluminum, that sounds obvious. Hit a record high. Okay, so that's the reason. Now, Alcan releases earnings next week. And then if you want to play a cheaper one, if you're interested in that sort of idea, CENX. CENX is another aluminum play. And look at this. I mean, look at. I mean, this is pretty awesome. I mean, if this wants to get rolling, look at CENX. Look left on that weekly chart. Look at the room it's got. $20.63 to the next high. It's already cleared all that on the weekly chart. And then the last thing I saw, see if it's still holding its own, was Wolf. I see that Morgan Stanley maintained coverage, but with a target of 10. Well, it's already there, so I thought it would be great if they put a target like of 20 or something like that, because take a look at this weekly chart, or daily chart, sorry. What did it get up to? We got up to 1037, which is above the highs of these 2 days, okay? And then when you look left, the next high is around over 11. That got me a little excited, but I wish Morgan Stanley put a more aggressive price target on it. All right, guys, the market is flat. The SPY has not moved. Well, when I say moved, from yesterday's close. So let's take a quick look at the major sectors and see what's happening with them before the market opens. All right, energy. There's energy. XLE is the main ETF for energy. So interesting. Usually it's almost all or nothing. In other words, they're all down from yesterday's close or they're all up. So anyway, 65% are down from yesterday's close. That's what that 65% means. And again, it doesn't mean that the whole sector is crashing. The worst one is TSX, it's down 0.59%. Okay. No, that's not correct, lawyer. Not correct. It does not function more like a bot than it is. It's an I mean, I'm not saying if you have any trading experience, you want to create your own strategy, yes, you can trade, you can auto trade it. But, not many of our customers, I think, do that. But you have the capability, but you have to have some idea because how are you going to create a strategy if you have no basis behind trading? So let's take a look now. All I really care about right now is where is XLE and where is XRT with relation to the 200-day moving average. Okay, guys, so there's that green line on my daily chart. That is the 200-day moving average. So we can see it's still above it, but close. And if energy is weak today, we might see it starting to float down towards it again. And then the only other one that was even close was XRT retail. See what retail looks with respect to that 200-day moving average. And look at that, guys. So it did close above it, but it touched it yesterday. Okay. So those are the two major sectors that are close to the 200-day moving average. The rest of them are far enough away. This one's finally starting to give it up, guys. It's well, maybe we'll see. This is pretty active right now. Okay, well, they did announce some data, and right now the market is mixed. Right now, okay, a little pop, a little drop, and now the market is kind of mixed and trying to interpret this data. Okay, this has been a super high flyer. The last 3 weeks from $5, it got up to a 22. So you can see right now, you can see how wild this is on that bar, got up to 1971 and down to 16. So right now, market is undecided about how to interpret this data that just came out. It hit Interactive Brokers at 9:15. Okay, so they announced positive, but target raised from who did that? Well, Wainwright. Wainwright, the most aggressive analysts out there. So they've raised the target from 40 to 77 for CAPR. And it doesn't mean it's getting there, guys. Okay, let's see. Now the other one I just is Sky Q. This was I guess an IPO yesterday. Sky Q. I noticed. I'm just sort of I don't remember. I actually don't remember this one starting to trade yesterday. Well, it actually was a SPAC, but no, it was an IPO yesterday. I don't really remember this. So very weak. So what I'm going to do though is I'm just going to put a price alert at the high that it hit yesterday and see if sometime, maybe even next week, if it takes it out. All right, so AEHR now has gone down below those highs, so I'm going to reset my price alert so that if it hits 1568 or AEHR, I want to know about it. Yeah, it doesn't mean I'm going to pile into the trade if it hits the price alert, but I do want to know about it. Here's another bank, guys, the Bank of New York, BK. Not much volume. It is an earnings play. Boy, it's been on a run. Okay, draw. I see the IPOs that are scheduled for today, but I don't see any cheap ones. They don't all have to be cheap, of course, but I don't see any cheap ones. But thanks for posting that. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Anything else crawling in here? AKAN. AKAN. Another cheap one. CCG. CCG. What is this one doing? So this is an insurance. Okay, insurance company. Oh, really cheap. I don't know if they're Maxim Group initiated coverage with a okay a 250 price target. Stock sitting at 80 cents. Who are they out of? Oh, they're out of China. Okay, I thought maybe they were out of Florida, but no. That's right. I've seen this one before. See how that fun is doing that PHUN, PHUN. You know, it's holding over four. The high this week is so the high this week is 399, and we don't count the pre-market. But if it takes out that pre-market high, I mean, it's got room to five. Okay, again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but again, it's one of these social media stocks. So Zeta is starting to really fade here, guys. I mean, 340 got up to 340. It's down to 278. Okay, guys, I'm just going to get rid of this layout soon and put the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. So I see that CELH Celsius is just a little bit below the VWAP now, 35.91. Okay, it's a little bit below the VWAP. Put an alert around the VWAP and see whether or not it takes it out and starts to move from there. William, you're our financial one of our financial experts. Can you find any possible rationale? I mean, I know it's hard. This is a China stock for TWG to be up the way it is when they've issuing 27 million shares at 40 cents. I mean, I just don't. I'm scouring to see even if they have any other news that's trying to pop the stock. I just don't see it. Makes no sense. No sense. Yeah, there are no shorts for me either at Interactive Brokers. Now, those of you in YouTube, we have two trading rooms. Okay, so if you hear me mention somebody else, that's because there's somebody. I'm talking to somebody in the other room. Um, the main room is a lot more active. If you want to come over, stay in YouTube if you want. If you do want to be in a more active room, I'm just going to give you a link for those of you who are in YouTube. So if you click on my homepage link, and where it says trading room, you can come on into what I call the main room. Okay. Well, TWG, Munzberg, it's TWG that we're talking about. Did I say P? I'm sorry if I said P. TWG. All right, guys. Wow, got to get my layout I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. So give me one moment. Whoops, I just forgot to just give me a moment. Close all these windows. All right, guys, I've got my layout now that I use once this market opens. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. And again, if you've got our AI, this is what all I would watch. Okay, this strategy trades all window. Wait for the alerts to come in. And again, I have to say it though. How you trade, if you trade anything from our AI, is up to you. It's not meant to be just blindly taking the trade just because it comes into our AI. Yeah, TURV. Yeah, look at that. Wow. Look at that move. Volume came in. Excuse me. Volume came in. I really don't see any news. I don't see any news for the last few days on it. Something has put some juice into this stock. We have, so maybe they did another reverse split. I don't know. 'Cause we have 1 million in the float. Sorry, 5 million. Maybe they did a one for five. Greg, you bought some nerdy. Okay, let's take a look at NRDY. Give me one moment, please. All right, nerdy. So you've bought nerdy. Any particular reason? NRDI, NRDY, NRDY. Really no volume, but I wish you luck. Oh, I see. You bought some and you want to see what happens. Okay, well, I wish you luck. Okay, guys, markets open. Sorry about that. Well, let's have let's have a great end to this trading week, guys. Markets open. Is it better to buy short Tesla directly or buy? Well, I mean, if you want to do it more cheaply, obviously TSLZ or any of the other ETFs. I mean, I'm not going to say anything's better, but the other, and also, for instance, TSLZ, you just have to be aware in here, it's a two times. So if Tesla keeps moving down, you'll get double the move down, okay? But if Tesla starts moving higher, you're going to, it's going to, this is going to go against you two times, if that makes sense, okay? So if you think Tesla is going to keep moving down, then yeah, I mean, there's plenty of volume, and this will give you double the move. So for instance, Tesla must be down 8% right now. Okay, notice this is up 16. And I think there might even be a three time, and I'm not sure. So it's a little more risky, but it's obviously cheaper. And again, it all depends on how you feel about what is going to happen with Tesla. So, guys, here is the opening so far, the opening bar in the SPY, the market. So putting in a little bit of a positive move. Now, I didn't mention AGBA. There was a reason. It is, yeah, I saw this one up to 140 and it came right back down. But AGBA, it's over $1 still. It's up 14%. Another China stock, but this is all early. So I wish Morgan Stanley had put a lot more aggressive price target for this wolf. But here it is anyway, WOLF, wolf. A high looking left. Well, it's above that high of 1022. So now the next high looking left is wow, almost $14, guys. So the bank stocks actually, Bank of America, probably a sympathy play with Wells Fargo and JP Morgan. They release next week. Their earnings next week. Look at this. So let's take a look at JP Morgan. Yeah, so JP Morgan actually popped a bit. So there's TURB, guys, halted on the way down, I bet. Yeah. So after that big pop early, up to 459, just got halted on the way down. Look at this market now, guys. Look at this market. Okay, why not? Put a price alert at the high in the pre-market and see if it takes it out. SYM, guys. SYM from, well, not just yesterday. Well, yesterday. SYM from yesterday continuing its move. Look at this move for SYM. CATX, CATX, halted on the way down. Oh, well, okay. Halted on the way down. Well, I don't have to. I know the SPY now. Just check out the pre-market high. Wow, SYM, guys, on the move here. It's early, though. It is early, but SYM on the move. This was the big attraction for yesterday. Look at that. Almost $40 when you look, excuse me, when you look left on the weekly chart. Basically, it looks like it's following the SPY, okay? So you're probably going to see a lot of stocks that look like this. Let's just watch to see SYM starts to put in a little bit of a down bar. What is Zena's price target? Well, I don't have targets, but all you can do is look left, okay? I mean, This got as high in the pre-market at 341, but it's pulled back quite a bit. So if you look left on the daily chart, today's high, market high is 312. If you look left on the daily chart, the next high is $4 approximately. So, I'm not saying these are targets, but right now, I mean, it's pulling back a lot. Yeah, I mean, look how, I mean, look at this, guys. Here's the SPY, here's SYM, basically mimicking it. Okay. So the goal really is to find stocks that are trading more or less on their own, not so much tied into the overall market, all those the alpha stocks. Otherwise, you're at the mercy of what the market's doing if you're in stocks like this right now anyway. Well, there's a disappointment. Look at the AEHR guys. AEHR. I mean, look at that. I mean, look pretty awesome at the beginning in the pre-market. Looked like it was going to maybe hold this 1570 level, but market opens and it gets slammed down a bit. Now, here's that power PW guys. Here's the PW, the power REIT, and again, looking left, it's got up to 275 on the 4th of October, October 4th, and the high looking left is 160. So you can kind of see if it can take out, and what did it get you today? Right to 159. So you can see how that kind of stalled it. So I'm going to stick an alert around 163. See if it can clear, of course, today's high, but also that high of a few days ago. And then maybe start to fill in this void. So look how choppy this CAPR is right now based on that news. So let's take a look at it. Again, when you read the headline, announces positive long-term data. Okay. And so now the market is starting to reward them. But it also got down to this is the problem. I mean, it got taken down to $16 also. The high of a couple of days ago was 20. So we've had a few halts so far, but they've all been halted on the way down. So I'm looking for something that's maybe halted on the way up. Maybe give us a bit of a John. You're taking off so early. It scares me. This one. It just kind of scares me. This TWG. I mean, it's suggesting it's almost at a lifetime high. So let me back this out on a monthly chart and see where that high actually is. Over here, this is when it. I guess this is when it. Well, it started trading as TWG here, and it got up to 550 this month, the month of April. Okay, NUVB. This is showing up, but look left. Look left. Too much resistance, in my opinion. When you look left on the daily chart, there's a high not that far away, and then another one after that, not that far away. So it becomes something I just don't want to trade. I want to see a lot of room on either a daily or a weekly chart before I'll take a trade. Now, a lot of room is subjective, of course, depends on the price of the stock. If I'm looking at Apple, which I don't trade, and it had 50 cents, I wouldn't do it, to the next high. But if this one had 50 cents, sure, it makes more sense when it's a $2 stock. It just doesn't have that. All right, guys, PHUN is starting to, it made a market high. There's the pre-market high. I'd love to see it take that out, 416. Look at some of the AI alerts. Okay, look at the SPY now, guys. So yeah, no, I'm not going to call this choppy. I mean, it's so early, but let's see if it can maintain at least being positive. So as we speak, so there's a little bit of a disconnect in the market. Okay, SPY is up a little, Dow is up, but the Nas is down. So there's a little bit of a disconnect between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. Okay. So this CADX is actually an AI alert. It looks like it's halted again, but it isn't. It's just not trading. An AI alert on to short. Be a little careful on it because it was up to 13 before. Yeah, it looks interesting. Shares available at Interactive Brokers, but it is down. Yeah, you know what? I was actually trying. Probably a good thing I didn't get it. It's down over 10%. I was actually thinking of, well, now I'm glad I didn't. Now I'm really glad I didn't take it because look at the bounce now, and it might actually have a decent bounce. Give me a moment, guys. All right, Very looks interesting. VERI. Very looks interesting. Okay, now it's a big pop here. So there's the PW now. So the PW now is at the high. All right, I have to take a look at this Very, guys. I want to see where it is on the monthly chart, where it could go. Lots of room. Lots of room. Okay, guys. Very interested in Very. All right, guys. Now, Wolf. Okay, now there's the fun. Okay, PHUN. Now it is at the pre-market high. All right, guys. I took myself out for a little loss on the very. Okay, I'm going to wait and see if it gets back over 550 again. Okay, I thought it had that look to it, but it just didn't run. It's pulled back a little bit, so I've taken a loss on the very. All right, we're 15 minutes in now, so now I can start looking a little more closely at some things. Um, all right, so here's a gap down and reversal play right now for Mobileye, MBLY. I mean, the next high is around 1250, so and it's not bad, not bad. 1213, it's at 1213 right now, but SSSS guys is on the move here. Haven't seen used to see this one a little bit. Wow, look at this move here, guys. Not a lot of volume yet. This closed end fund, SSSS. Big breakout on the weekly anyway. So I am still interested in the very if it gets back up into say that 550 mark. Okay. Again, only because when you look left on the monthly chart, look at all the room it's got. 772 is the next high. So I'm not saying it's getting there, but at least you don't have to worry too much about a lot of chart resistance. Come on, fun. I'm not in it yet, but I'm definitely interested in this one just because of the room it's got. Okay, 490 is the next high in the weekly chart, so definitely interested in it, but it's just not wanting to move the way I want it to yet. Getting close now. One moment. All right, let's see if fun has any action in it right now. PHUN, I'm talking, not FUN. There used to be a ticker FUN, so I better. Yeah, Six Flags. So okay, I'm not talking about Six Flags, guys. I'm talking about PHUN. Okay, sorry. Boy, what a disappointment, I guess, on the AEHR. That looked awesome in the pre-market. It looked like it, had the chance to really start to roll, but market open, earnings play, and it's actually, I mean, it's still up for the day, but not much. Boy, Uber is really having a day. I mean, the idea is that with Tesla not coming out with their robo taxi anytime soon, this is helping Uber. That's the idea, anyway. Lifetime high. My goodness, Uber lifetime high. 100. Look at that. Lyft is nowhere near a lifetime high, but it is moving higher also. Look, I mean, wow, what a an astonishing difference between Uber and Lyft. So if you're wondering what I'm talking about, when you see that lifetime range and you see 6.8% in red, imagine if we could have a lifetime candle, okay, for these stocks. So we had like a giant lifetime candle. Lyft would be right at the very bottom, right near the bottom, whereas Uber would be well above. They'd be right at the top. All right, so Very is back. So what do I do with this one now? Yeah, the banks guys, the BAC. Look at the Bank of America. Let's take a look at XLF. Okay, XLF, which is the main ETF for. Yeah, look at the financials. Look at this financial ETF, the main one, XLF. See, your JP Morgan is still holding its gains. Yes, it is. So Goldman Sachs releases next week, I believe, JS. Yeah, October 15th. So Goldman Sachs releases next week. Boy, Uber continues to inch its way up. UBER. All right, keep an eye on this CORZ, guys. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 1295. So that'll be a lifetime high. So I am going to stick an alert just over 13, say 1304 or so to see if CORZ takes that out. This is a crypto play. And what's that? Wow, crypto is up $2,000 today. Well, Bitcoin is, should say. So this is a crypto play. Still moving here, guys. It's quadruple S. Don't see any news on it. Well, I do see Zero Capital invests almost $55 million in AI, okay, in quarter three and after. So, just put AI in your press release and look out. PW could not hold its gains. Look at this market. What's the all-time high? So the all-time high is a couple of days ago, I guess, 577, 577.71 for the SPY. Well, put an alert there. Just a little bit above it. See if the market can make another all-time high. Boy, look at, I did not take this one. Look at this SSSSCO, guys. Did not take this one. All right, so this is what I've done, okay? I didn't like the way fun was stalling. So I made a little bit of money on the fund, okay? I mean, it got up, I was hoping we'd get into the more 440. And then I got back into the very. I'm not convinced it's going to move that much, but I got back into the very. Now, out of interest, let me see what's happening with the DJT to see if it's affecting fun at all. Yeah, I think, again, social media, might be affecting fun might be affected a little bit about the little drop in GJT. But I'm going to keep an eye on it still because it has that room. Maybe later on, and it's such a low float. All right, Duo. Let's see what Duo is doing. Yeah, I mean but it was a nice move, obviously, from 118 to 140, but it is now pulling back somewhat. So there's Mara with Bitcoin up a couple $1,000. Mara usually runs like this. Wow, look at Turb. Again, be careful how I say it. Turb, URB, another halt down. Oh, SKK. I didn't see this halt. I think this is this one that got up to $10 last week, $11. IPO out of, I believe, out of Singapore. Well, it looks like, okay, it looks like now the market is saying, okay, we like the data that you came out with at around 9:15 after a bit of a choppy action when it came out. It's over $20 now. When I say this, I'm talking CAPR, and the next high looking left is right up there, which is about 3 days ago, and that is 21.47. So there's about $1 to the next high. Now, you guys, I don't think I've really pulled this one up, but I know Alice has been active. No, it's not Alice, but ALCE. So, wow, look at this. So, the next high is $8, guys. ALCE, probably a low float. Yes, it is. 3.4 million. It's a strange business. Owns and operates utility scale solar parks in America and Europe. Okay. Bit of a strange business, but look at this thing moving now, guys. And again, it's a low float, 3.5 million, 3.4 million in the float. Had a big day yesterday. It went from 226 up to, I'm sorry, yesterday, 221 up to about 250. Hey, I'm out of the very, also, guys, basically flat. So just don't like the way it's trading either. I'm not seeing a lot of follow through like yesterday on some of the things that I've been looking at. So I'm going to bail on some of on these. See how Fast is doing, okay? So Fastenal is its earnings play today. The high today was up here at around 74. So it's moved off the high a little bit, not a huge amount. And I wonder if it'll do the same thing that what's wrong with my memory? The one that looked pretty good in the pre-market, and then it just faded all day yesterday. William, you'll know that one. All right, maybe take a look at this one, guys. AXGN over the whole number, a move. There's a pop. However, uh, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's at 14 right now. When you look left, the next high. Well, first of all, the next high is 1410. So there's that, and then after that, 1439, 1440. So just doesn't have enough room for me to try to take this trade. Room to go before it hits highs. Okay. Sweet green. Wow. Okay. Now this has got some room. Sweet green, but it's unfortunately it's a little bit extended. But let's see if it can hold 39. Looking left, next high, yeah, 38.53. So it's above that high. If there's any news on this one, sweet green. I don't think we have any of these in Canada. I don't think so. Never seen them before. Unless this is just sort of the corporate name and they operate under different names as restaurants, or does it operate as Sweet Green? You know the one I'm talking about, William? It was around a $78 stock, and it basically faded all the way down to 73. It was an earnings play. I just can't remember the name of it. What's wrong with me? Well, I'm sure as heck glad I did not get that short of CatX. Now this looks like an this looks really interesting as a bounce play, and I know it's an AI alert, guys, but the way I use our AI is a watch list. Doesn't mean it has to go in the direction. I mean, if you had been able to get the short, it would have been okay because the alert was at 10:06, and it did get down to 962. But again, with that it being down over 10%, sometimes it's not easy to get a short with the uptick rule in place. And again, if you're unfamiliar with the uptick rule, normally if you want to short something, as long as your broker has shorts, you just go in at the bid and you usually get a fill as long as your broker has shorts available. But if a stock is down 10% or more, it may be difficult to get the short at the bid. There has to be some action at the ask, trading at the ask, and then back down to the bid. And but you could be in a long line of people who want to do the same thing in a queue. So sometimes it's frustrating to try to get a short when a stock is down 10% or more. But in this case, I'm very glad they did not fill me. So they are called Sweet Green. Okay. I'm really inclined to. Let's see what this one does. How well it holds 11. I'm talking about the CAT X, CATX. Bid ask is 1102, 1110 right now. All right, guys, we have just made a new all-time high now for the SPY. The perma bears are not happy. All right, well, fun is kind of back again, guys. Sorry, PHUN is kind of back again. Look at Uber making another new high, all-time high. Uber making another new all-time high. Okay, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Well, fun is, let's see now, PHUN, sorry. Keep calling it by the correct symbol. All right, let's see if it has a little bit more of a lift from here. I'm definitely in mini scalp mode though, guys. I'm not anticipating super trends. So there's another more expensive one, guys. WSFS, another financial. I mean, look at these banks, these financials are just ripping this morning. I mean, I mean, if this WSF, I mean, it's a fairly low float, 58 million. If this takes out, gets over 51, look left. I mean, there's a ton of room. Yeah, the only thing that's preventing me from taking this, well, maybe I'll do it. Just give me a moment. The Cat X, okay. As long as it holds 11, but I've got to watch it because I mean, there's a reason for this drop. Okay. Come on, fun. Get into the 40s. AXGN, guys. Like I'm getting a lot in the excuse me, a momentum scan. Okay, the Momo scan, and the ones, of course, that get me really interested are the ones that are just over a whole number. What time is it now? 10:10. I'm going to go over all the scans. Okay, that I am currently sharing with you, and you can see. When I got that alert, it was at 14:13, and I'm not in it. I'm not saying I'm in it, but that's why I was interested in clicking on it to see what was happening. Guys, it's 10:11. I usually do this a little bit later, but I think I'll do it right now. First of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to these two trading rooms, our YouTube room and the main one, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and I say approximately 3 p.m. Eastern time. I say approximately. I sometimes take off at around 2:30, but sometime between 2:30 and 3 o'clock. However, the main room, under no obligation, is kept open by either Draw or William until say 4 o'clock. Again, I check every day to see what their plans are. And I love the competition now between you guys to see who can open the room earlier. I'm waiting for the 4 o'clock Eastern time. Yeah, Chris, absolutely. Wow. Okay. My white stock. I'm sorry. Okay, so before I start talking about my homepage, I'll try to answer Jason's question. Is it an alert scan when the RSI goes below 40? No. If you're talking about a pure alert, I mean, you can, of course. Wow, look at the AXGN now. Sorry, I'm not in it. Why am I not in it? Well, I'm not in it. I'm just not in it. So the only RSIs we've got, okay, if you right click, configure, search, I'm going to type in RSI. So this is it. These are filters though. Okay. So you can establish like you want to say, well, first of all, depends on the time frame. Okay. So we have 1 minute, 2, 5, 15, 60, and the daily. So you could say, okay, but it's not good. You're not going to get an alert saying, okay, when it goes down below 40. You can find stocks that are below 40 on these different time frames, but you're not going to get an alert. Okay. Now you can kind of make for instance, if you said max 42, okay, as an example, I'm just picking this time frame. Well, no, I mean, you can kind of create a way. I know Chris would probably has a way to do it, but you could probably create a way in which the RSI is close to it. Put like a minimum 41, maximum 45, or something like that. Okay, and then have an alert as a new say 5 minute low. Maybe that will take it out or very close. But there's no alert that's going to tell you. No actual alert is going to trigger. Okay. Wow, that AXGN, awesome. I'm not in it. It's awesome. Well, look what's starting to work for me is the Cat X. Okay, CATX. Gotta be careful because again, there's a reason why it had to drop. So the Cat X is actually starting to work for me, not badly. And that's the CATX. All right, guys, let's take a look at my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage, including all these scans that I have created that you can have. Oh, wow. This giving me way more than I thought, guys, the Cat X. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So right at the very top, here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. You can use the promo code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. If you do that, the room gets credit for the subscription. This is the rooms are free, and that's how we keep them free, okay? Company sees that the room is being utilized by if you use my promo code. It's that simple. So I'm not saying you have to take out a subscription today, but anytime in the future, use my promo code. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. This is a software program, so of course there's a learning curve. What we try to do in these 10 short videos, though, is cover all the important aspects, starting off, of course, with the download and install, first startup and login. I'll scroll down a little bit here. Introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows, the two most important ingredients of trade ideas. Okay, so you must do that first. If you are new to trading, okay, if you're new to trading, we have a series of videos designed for you. Trading 101, okay, a series of videos, they're all free. I think there are about 38 of them. I do a stock of the day video, that's free, of course. Trade of the week. The trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section is here. So we have a great user guide. So there's that getting started again. Now, a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and also about stock racing. Okay, you see I'm running a race right here, and this is how you create your own race with your own set of parameters and price alerts. I use price alerts all the time in the charts and watch lists. If you want to create your own set of symbols that you want to follow, here's how you do it. Obviously, a lot more in this user guide. You don't have to learn everything. It's like any other user guide out there. There's a lot of information that is not necessarily you care about. Okay, you don't have to learn everything. The last daily support. So I do take a break between 12 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Friday. It should be Andy. I will confirm that. I'll confirm with Andy that it is him. And I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Andy. Last, but I don't think least, if you've clicked on my homepage link and you look and you want to find my scans, here they are. So the middle section, here are my scans that I'm currently sharing with everybody. Now, you can see there are a lot of scans that I'm actually sharing. I don't have them all up and running, okay? But you can take a look at some of them. These are the ones that I'm actually displaying, though. The biggest scanners from the start of the race is here. The Halts resumes is here. Now, the relative strength leaders, you can sort on it in different ways. I've decided to do the change in 5 minutes because otherwise it's just too boring just to look at this all day long. It'll be the same symbols basically all day long. This is up to you. And there's TWG, okay, but there's a drop down that you can pick. I think I'm going to keep it on the change in 5 minutes. And then the other one that you can see that I'm displaying is the upside movers versus the downside movers, okay? So most of these scans are designed for long plays, but if you see anything in red here, this is designed as a potential short, okay? Now, other scans that I am currently have up and running, but I'm just not displaying, is the momentum scan, very active scan, and it's right there. I also have the larger cap gainers from the start of the race is here, okay? But as you can see, I do have other scans that I'm sharing. My advice, though, do not have them all running at the same time, okay? You'll have information overload. All right, guys, I have taken some off the Cat X as it's, pausing around that 1150 mark. Turned out to be a pretty good trade for me. The Cat X, the ATX. DWG or TWG, I guess you have to, I'm sorry, I just couldn't get past the fact they did a financing at 40 cents. and with a whole lot of shares. I mean, 26 million. So that's going to increase the float. I just couldn't get it out of my head. So, what is trade ideas? Okay, I like to demonstrate trade ideas value and how probably, well, I mean, I'm obviously biased, but I think it's probably the best real time alert scanner out there. So, I like to demonstrate its power by using this, taking a look at this momentum scan that I've got. So, if I right click on it, this is an alert window. I right click on it and click on configure, then click on the summary. So there are a lot of scanning programs, screening programs out there. Nothing wrong with the screening program, okay? But if you're looking to take it to another level, this is the program for you because this gives us real-time alerts. This is the screening aspect of this scan. So as long as the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. We're at 10:23 Eastern time right now. This is why I call it a momentum scan because the volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal and 5 minutes, 400% of normal. Okay. Bottom line is this: if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert. That's why we're seeing AISP at 10:20. Well, another just made another new high, 253. Okay. So as long as the filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get the real-time alert right there. These are all real-time alerts. Okay. So if you like the scan the way it is, great. It's on my homepage. It's called Momo. But if you want to make some changes, of course you can. You may not like the price range I've got here. Maybe you've got something else you don't like, or maybe you have a filter you want to add. Go ahead. I'm not trying to force what I like to see onto you. You want to build your own scan completely from scratch, you can do that, of course. So when I clicked on search, now right at the very top, these are the two most popular real-time alerts we've got. New high of the day and new low of the day. But as you can see, as I scroll down, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And when I get down to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. So again, if you're looking at this for the first time, please don't get overwhelmed by this, thinking, oh my gosh, how can I possibly learn all this? Well, the good news is you don't have to. I mean, the reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a complicated programming language in order to create a scan. So it should be so obvious. That's why they had to create all these different real-time alerts and all those screeners filters that you see. With all the different types of trading styles out there, they had to create all those different aspects so they people could combine them. The majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. But you don't have to learn them all. If you're looking down here and say, well, I don't even understand what that means, don't worry about it. Okay. The two most personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day. That's it for me. All the years I've had trade ideas, and I just have a few of the filters that I use. It doesn't mean what I don't use is bad. It just means for my trading style, that's all I need. Okay. Okay. I got to make sure. I know Grumpus is saying, yeah. So refresh. I lost audio and the screen, but I obviously haven't. Okay, so again, don't get overwhelmed by all this. Again, if you know how to trade, you might want to scroll down here and say, I know what that means. The market crossed. Okay, I know what that means. Now, if you're interested to find out what some of these means, just out of curiosity, you just have to click on one, left click, and then there's a help, and there's a very detailed explanation about what they all mean. But please, you don't have to learn them all. Okay. Boy, the banks are just ripping today, guys. It's a day to go long the banks. The big banks. Look at Wells Fargo earnings play. WFC. All right, let's take a look at, excuse me, let's take a look at this race. As I just have another sip of my Celsius. So this is called the biggest gainers from the start of the race. Okay, so I'm running 4-minute races. You can pick whatever time frame you want to run your race on. Okay, and again, if you want to set up your own set of parameters to start a race, you just go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, go to the education section, and then click on the guide. And there's a whole section on stock racing. But this is what I like to see. So, what does this mean? So, SSSS, what does that 2.45% mean? What that means is that since the race started a minute and a half ago, this stock, well, now Click is on top here. Click has moved 4.8% since the race started. That's what all this means. And so you can see it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to win the race at the end of the race, but right now it is leading the race. Notice what happens here. Automatically created for you is a top 10 list of the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day. I start my races at 9:30 Eastern time, okay, when the market opens. You can run the races in the pre-market if you want. Completely, just give me a moment. Okay, guys, listen, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So where was I? We were talking about the races, right? Yeah, talking about the races. So again, a top 10 list is created for you automatically of the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day. So basically, then that gives you a watch list to follow all day long if you want to. All right. Now, what I would do is you don't have to wait for a stock to win a race before you click on it. If I see anything in this list, click on it, see what it's doing. Is it setting up in a way you like? If you have any sort of a trading style or plan, is it setting up at all the way you like? Or also, well, this is probably a little too much, but here's PW. Okay. So you can use this list or anything on here really as pullback plays too, because a lot of these stocks don't have to be at the high of the day. All they have to be doing is winning a race, but they could have moved down and then they're starting to move back up. Okay. So when I look at PW, it's too bad. I wish maybe the VWAP had held it, but there's the VWAP at 148. So if you're a VWAP type player, you could have and it had been moving down into the VWAP, you could have been watching this and say, okay, will the VWAP act as support and maybe pop from it? Okay. I mean, that depends on the type of trader you are. Or maybe you've got a moving average on your 5-minute chart or a 15-minute chart that you like. Maybe the stock is coming into that moving average. and you wait and see, will it hold? Will that act as support? Is the video okay? So are we having problems with the audio and the video? Now, Rich, I put myself on mute for about 2 minutes. So in YouTube, I'm sure everything is fine. So, oh, okay. Okay. Just want to make sure. Hmm. Now, the only thing I can think of, okay, is that this room, the gentleman who is actually the developer of the room, he is in Florida. Okay. So, as you all know, what's happening in Florida, and his servers are there. So, he was worried even yesterday that something was going to go on. So, that might be a reason. Okay. It might be a reason. Yeah. So, I'm going to have to, in YouTube, I know you guys can hear me, right? So this is intermittent. So radiology. So you're saying that you have not had a problem. So this sounds like it's sort of intermittent for some people. Okay, I'm going to check my email. Okay, guys, if Sebastian has actually emailed and said there's something going on with the servers. Yeah, I've got nothing from him. So let me know though. So I just have to ask in the main room. Can most of you hear me? Is it just a certain number of people? Okay. It might. I know in YouTube we're fine. Thanks, Dinesh. I know in YouTube we're fine. I'm talking about the main room. Well, I'm just going to email him to see if there's something going on with his servers. Okay. It might be just affecting a certain number of you. Just give me a moment. Okay. I just want to email him and see if there's an issue. Okay, guys. I just emailed him to see, and I'll see if he's having any problems with his servers. Okay. Now let me back to the racing. So if you're looking at this for the first time, your question really should be, well, why are these stocks showing up? Well, they're showing up because if I right click and click on open top list and look at this list of stocks here, I'll explain why you're seeing them. All races start from a top list window, okay? All races start from a top list window. You can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters, and then watch what happens if I right click, launch the real-time stock race, and then from there you can, create your own set of parameters that you want. Now, well, this is going to give you the list of stocks to follow, but then within by launching the stock race, you can pick the time frame you want, various other things, okay? So why are these stocks showing up? Well, if I right click and click on configure, this is what I want to see. Doesn't have to be what you want to see. So as long as the stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and the price is up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it's going to be in this list of stocks. Okay? So before we had races, this is how a person would use the top list window. Yeah, Shady, I passed that on to him yesterday. I think he's still having problems. I mean, let's cut him. We got to cut him some slack, okay? The developer of the room. He's in Florida, so I'm going to have to cut him some slack on this. So anyway, the top list window was used in this fashion. If you said, I want to find the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close, as long as you had it as a header, change from the close as a header, you could double left click on it and it's going to show you the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close, in this list of stocks that are between 1 and 50, etc. If you wanted to find the stocks that are up the most from the opening trade of the day, you could do the same thing as long as you have the column header. That's what change from the open percent. That's what that icon means. Again, TWG up 37%. All well and good. I mean, it's not a bad idea, to follow these sort of stocks that are up the most. But what the race does, and we get this question a lot, but I want to find the stocks that may be either coming back or maybe making a move now, as opposed to already at the high of the day. Well, that's where the race can come in. The race does not care whether a stock is near the high of the day, up from the most up from yesterday's close, or the most up from its opening trade of the day. All it cares about is what stock in this giant list of stocks is moving the most. So there's Alice. I mean, it's not a big deal. It's up 1.28%. You can see sometimes you're going to see some big moves, though, 5, 10, 15%. Okay. So how would you ever know, if a stock is doing that? Okay. And it's giant list of stocks. How would you ever know that? What if, for whatever reason, CABA, all of a sudden, it's up 3.8% from its opening trade. But what if all of a sudden it just started to make a move? It's up 5%, 6%, 8%. Well, the race will catch that. Okay, the race will catch that because all it cares about is what stock in this list is moving the most. Okay, so that is the concept of the racing. Now, this is a very active, very volatile race. Let me see if Sebastian has answered. Not yet. So that is the concept of the race, okay? But this is a very volatile race, okay? You can see some wild percent moves, and I know stocks move up fast, move down fast. If I were starting out trading, I would probably more concentrate. Oh, there you are. Okay. So you're seeing some of the comments. So Sebastian is support, okay? Sebastian is support. He's popping into the general market talk. So you can say maybe you can reach Shady and Rich and others. They're saying they're having to keep refreshing. But thank you for popping in, Sebastian. I told people that you are in Florida and we may be having server issues, but you're saying there are no server issues. So I don't know, maybe you can try to help and see what's going on. Thanks so much for popping in. So let me continue here, guys. So again, if I were starting out trading, I would probably concentrate on something more like this, okay? The large cap gainers from the start of the race. You're not going to see giant moves, okay? big percentage gains typically. Doesn't mean these are not good to trade though. What the main difference between this race and this race is I added two filters. I know you. Yeah, it seems to be intermittent, Sebastian. Okay, some people who have been in the room a long time, like Draw, had to refresh about 3 or 4 times. So it is. It could be their internet. You're right. So again, with this race right here, this is what I did was I added two filters, and the two filters I added. Let me open that top list. Now it's a pretty big list still. Okay. Sometimes when I do this, I only get about 20 names, and the reason being is that if I right click and click on configure, these are the two filters that I added. The market cap has to be at least 500,000,000, and the float has to be at least 50 million. Okay. So consequently, with just adding these two filters, just don't get the giant percent moves, which is fine though. With giant percent moves, of course, here you can get giant percent drops. Okay. But the same thing happens. You do get a top 10 list that is automatically built for you. I mean, look at the wolf. How good was that? I did not trade it, but nice trade from 10 to 1070. Okay. Well, this is one I traded a couple of days ago. Let's take a look at ENVX, just over the whole number. But again, a top 10 list is built for you, just like here. If I were new to trading, I would probably concentrate more on this. Okay. Just because they're less volatile. Yes, these are a lot more fun, or can be a lot more fun. But again, with fun, it can come, big drops. So is it possible? Yeah, as because this seems to be intermittent for people, not everybody is having an issue hearing me and seeing the screen dropping off. Is it possible it is on your end? Now, Shady had that question, Sebastian, about clicking on someone's username to tag them in a message. Now, you can't private message anybody, but maybe that's not what you're talking about. I don't really know what he means, to be honest. Now, guys, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay, so if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. The only question I can't really answer would be something if it's to do with accounting. Okay, but I can certainly direct you to the right people, the right parties, so we can answer any question about accounting. If you want to upgrade or downgrade, or now if you want to take out a subscription, you know what to do. Use my promo code. All right, guys. It turned out to be a pretty nice trade, but I'm all out of it now. The Cat X, all out of it now. Turned out to be a lot better than I thought. Got up to 1173, I think 1175. Not having that much fun with the fun. I mean, I'm still a little bit below where I entered. I'm talking about the PHUN. Just waiting on it to see if we can get back into the 430s. Yeah, the very turned out to be a dog. I'm glad I did not get back into that one. Or I did get back in, but I got out. All right, ENVX guys, this could be interesting. Now, the high this week was almost 13. This is, I think, the day I traded it. It turned out, yeah, this is the day I traded it. It was a really, really nice one and had actually a decent trend up. This was the day in which the SPY just basically had that beautiful move for about 2 hours straight up, almost like this. Okay, almost like this, as opposed to, if you remember yesterday, the SPY was very, very, very choppy, up, down, up, down, up, down. Looking at the economic calendar, what do we have on store? So the consumer sentiment came out at 10 o'clock. So obviously that helped. Look at that pop, consumer sentiment. That was something that came out at 10 o'clock. 10:45, Logan is now speaking. He's a Fed president. I don't know if he's harming the market yet. And at that's it. At 1:10, Bowman will speak. Little community banking, navigating a changing landscape. All right, guys. Let me see that ENVX. Okay, so the ENVX has got my attention. The high yesterday was about 1250, so it's got some room. 1249 actually was the high. Give me a moment. Okay, so whatever he is saying, I think it's Logan. Whatever he is saying, yeah, the market's sort of acting negatively. Whatever he is saying, this guy is talking. One of the Fed presidents. Just stop talking. So Shady, Sebastian support is in general market talk. He's trying to answer your question about the repetitive nature of whatever you're trying to do. Yeah, the NIVF is over $1 now. NIVF is over $1. Drawing our attention to that. No pun intended. Well, it was over $1. The next high looking left on the weekly chart, $1.17. Okay, here's 10 cent guys, TME, China stock, of course. Looking left, 1374. So it's got some room. TME's got some room. But before we would look at taking anything long China, if I were you, I would take a look at, say, KWeb, and take a look, see what the overall China market is doing. You can use this as a bit of a proxy. And you can see, yeah, so China, well, it's only up 0.006%, but maybe this is starting to stabilize a little bit now. Okay. Rajan asked me, has some questions about trade ideas. This is in our YouTube room. Yeah, so maybe this is starting to stabilize. You can see the last 4 days. I mean, remember, this had a tremendous run for 2 weeks. And then, 4 days ago, 3 days ago, It finally had the drop, but it's been kind of basing in this area. And I have a price alert set at the high of 3 days ago, and see if it takes that out at some point, because that could get it rocking again. So I will attempt to answer whatever questions you may have. Rajan in our YouTube room, Rajan. Sorry if I'm excuse me if I'm mispronouncing your name. Does dollar volume work in pre-market? Good question. Now, when you say dollar, are you talking about? Let me. Chris, I don't know if you're still around in the room. I know you gave me that. So dollar volume, dollar. So remember that this is not the current dollar value necessarily. Okay, this is an average. Uses a 10-day average. Okay, so remember now, this is not necessarily the current. Thank you, Rajan. This is not necessarily the current dollar value volume. It's a 10-day average. Thank you, Chris. Okay. Now, does it work in the pre-market? I know you gave me that PDF a little while ago. I did not save it, of course. Okay. So this may not be what you want, because most people want the current dollar volume, which would be multiplying, basically the price times maybe the VWAP. Now, in which case you could create a custom formula multiplying the price, the current price, by the VWAP, which will be hopefully listed, and then that'll give you maybe the more current dollar value or dollar. Oh, good. Sorry, guys. Fun has come back for me. PHUN. Yeah, so that would require, even if you're using it during market hours, it would require. Okay, basically, Rajan, it won't do what you really want it to do in the pre-market. Okay, but if you know how to create a custom formula, I can give you the formula that you would use to see the current dollar volume during the course of the day. Why don't I? I'm sorry, Peter's asking me a question. Why don't I usually trade? I trade SPACs. I don't. Okay, Rajan, I'll try to. It's a little complicated. Okay, creating a custom formula. I trade SPACs, but maybe not the day of. But I'll trade a SPAC. I won't trade the ones though. If you're talking about the day of, if you're talking about like this one right here, the CCIRU coming in as a SPAC today at 9.99. First of all, if you're talking about shorting it, most of the time, my broker will never have shorts the day of. Okay, great. Thank you, Chris, for doing this. Just a minute, Regent. I'm going to give you an email address, okay? And just say attention, Chris, custom formula or something like that. So Chris will see it. So just what he'll do is he'll create the custom formula for you and drop it into your account. Okay, so they're info@trade-ideas.com. Okay. Chris works for Trade Ideas, and he's listening to me in the room, so that's why I know he'll do it for you. Okay. So again, if the question is sort of, Regan, you're new to the platform, okay? You can create your own formulas in theory, but you have to use the data points that we've got. So for instance, okay, let me just give you a brief overview of this. Let's just say you type in, I'm going to do a search on RSI as an example. So here's the RSI that we've got. Okay, we have the 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute, 15, 60. And you could combine them. You could say, well, show me when the price is greater than that, than the 5 minute. But what if you wanted the 10 minute RSI? You can't do it. Okay. Okay. So you cannot create something unless we have the data point for it. So when you say, can you code your own formula? To a certain extent, yes. It's a very advanced topic, though. Okay. I mean, if you're new to the platform, I wouldn't probably concentrate too much on that. But that's what I'm saying. If we have the data point, then you can use it to combine other data points with it. Well, no, if you're listening to me, what I'm saying is you cannot, if you don't have the data, I'm just using this as an example, okay? If we don't have the 10-minute RSI as a data point. So it's not a matter of asking somebody, well, can I create it? Okay. If it's not here as a data point, I'm just using RSI as an example, then you cannot do anything. You can't say, well, I want the 10. Sorry, we just don't have it. Okay. If that makes sense. Yes, he'll create the volume one that you asked. Okay, go to info at trade-ideas.com and he'll create it for you, and he's going to drop it into your account. But you've got to go to info at trade-ideas.com. Okay, what I just posted above. Okay, right here, the info at trade-ideas, and he'll create it for you and drop it into your account. I could do it, but I mean, it's easy. It's an easy, excuse me, it's easy, but the concept of creating custom formulas and all, I mean, it's if you go to my homepage, go to the education section, and the user guide, there's a whole, in fact, let me do that for you, okay? So that at least you'll have the basis if you ever want to do one on your own later. This just shows you the concept. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, clicking on my homepage link, and then going to the education section, click here, education section, and then the user guide. And then there is a section on, gotta find it. Should be called custom formulas, should be somewhere. Custom formulas, okay? And it'll give you the outline about the concept of creating the custom formulas, okay? All right, guys, so I was sidetracked a little bit here. Let's see if there's, how did that ENVX ever do? Hey, no problem, Rajan. Lazard, another banker, guys, well, finance. Boy, let's take a look at XLF, see if it's had any sort of a downturn. This is the main ETF or the financial ETF. Not really, not really. It's still hanging in the highs here. No, I see SYM did not get really started to give up 30, didn't it? SYM, yeah, look at that. It got up to the well, 31.76. Now, it's well below the VWAP. I was wondering maybe if the VWAP is holding it. 30.32 is the VWAP though, but it's well below the VWAP now. All right, guys. Well, this is a very active scanner. Okay, and you can see it's sort of for the last 10 minutes, nothing new has come in. The last one was at 10:53 plus 11 seconds, and we're now 11:03. So for 10 minutes, nothing has come in here. And this is usually a very active scanner, the momentum scan. Ah, doggone it! Got distracted, and now the ENVX is starting to move for me, or well, not for me because I'm not in it, but the ENVX is starting to move nicely. Wanted to take it right around that 1210 level. Still has some room. So if you did take it, guys, when you're listening to me, 1250 could be the next area that it could stall. So be aware of that. And that's the ENVX. Yeah, I just couldn't bring myself, Paula, or Paula? How about Paula? Is that how you pronounce your name? And why couldn't I do it? Well, I kept thinking, reality will really set in. $27 million, they're issuing $27 million at 40 cents. This is, I've never seen this before. I have never seen anything like this before. When a company does a financing at such a low price, I mean, we see that, but the fact that it's now basically 10 times that price, never have I seen more than 10 times that price. I've never seen that before. I keep looking to see if there's some other information out there, but I do not see that. I figure that was more the Hispanic or Latin or I'm sorry, whatever the great term is, pronunciation. Spanish. How's that? And what was the float draw? I mean, I probably could go. Are you from España or let me? I'm going to go to another website. I want to see what that float is. We've got 8.8 million. I want to go to another website just to check to see what they've got for the float. Oops. Wow. I mean, they've got the float. I mean, this the website we check has got a float of 35 million. Interesting. Hard to believe it's that big. What do you think, Draw? Okay, thank you, William. All right, in terms of the TWG. So that website, the dilution tracker, has got a float of 35 million for this. We have 8 million. Yay! Sorry, guys. Fun. Finally, PHUN making a nice move for me. Finally. Well, yeah. I mean, it's China, but Hong Kong, out of Hong Kong, TWG. Okay, guys. Well, listen, I've taken some off the PHUN. Okay, it took a lot of patience on my part. It's getting close to that 450 level, and you know me with the 50-cent levels for stocks under $5. I think that that could be a bit of resistance. So I'm going to be prudent in taking some off. And if it pops through 450, fabulous. But and there's leading a race right here. That's what I wanted to see. But look at TWG. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, which is probably a good thing. Many times you probably would have looked at this and said, okay, now, how about now? How about now? How about now? At some point, you might be right, but there can be a lot of pain if you keep picking wrong areas. All right, guys. Well, it's been a pretty fast morning. You should quit. You should quit or quit for the day. Yes, Todd. Thanks, Shady. You're talking about something close to that RSI of 40. All right, guys. I wonder if maybe this SRFM, which was a great one from yesterday, I wonder if it can maybe the bottom here was 240. Maybe it's trying to crawl back. I mean, it's negative. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. It's hugely negative for the day here, down 23% at the big 2 days drone play. All right, Arvin, ARVN. Wow, look at this trend. Beautiful all day. Did not see this. Did not see this one. More than likely, you see the relative volume is 3 now with this volume popping in. Most of my scans have a greater, have a relative volume of at least 3. It was probably underneath that. That's why I'm not seeing it. Also, the volume, most of my scans are around 300,000 shares. So that's probably, again, why I didn't see it. So if you're sitting there wondering why don't I just reduce my volume and reduce the relative volume, I could, and you're right, I would have seen this one. Absolutely, I would have seen this one. However, I may have seen 20 others I didn't want to see. Okay. And so it then becomes, a bit of a needle in the haystack. Like, how do I know that this is going to be the one that's going to do that? So that's the issue. Now, ARVN, if it can somehow get through 27, the next high is 30 on the weekly charts. So how about I just put a price alert around 27? It may not happen today. It may never happen, but maybe it happens next week. So I just put my price alert and now I just can forget about it. Oh, beautiful now. See, how's the fun? I did take some off, okay, just underneath this 450, but now we're moving. We're just saying how this is an active scanner and we didn't have an alert for about 10 minutes. Well, now we're starting to get some. And again, this is what I'm sharing, guys. This is exactly what I'm sharing. Again, the question is, well, how do you seed fund? What scan? Well, obviously this one right here, down here in the upside movers versus downside movers, right here in this race. Harvey's Hitman. I remember you. You haven't been around for a while. In our main room. Nice to see you back. And that's typical, you got to, in any trading room, you only get a handful that really, and there's nothing wrong. I mean, people out there, they do. I sometimes think that people are just too shy. They think, especially if it's a question, they think, oh man, I don't want to interrupt them, or it's a stupid question. There are no stupid questions. We all started out trading at some point in time. There are honestly no stupid questions. Okay. So again, if you're thinking out there, man, I love to ask this type of question, but I don't want to because I don't want people to think I'm dumb or don't think that way, please. Okay, but the only caveat, yes, the question you ask 10 times in a row, then okay, then it might tax my patience, but or test my patience. The same question. What I the only thing I don't like, I mean, I'll like if I give you an answer, you don't like the answer because, for instance, when we're talking about the RSI before and the data points that we've got, and I said we don't have the RSI in the 10-minute, and if you didn't like, and if I can't do anything about that. That's just the way it is. And some people get very, very upset about that. Not in this room, okay, but I see the emails that come in, and people get all bent out of shape. Well, I'm sorry, we just don't have that. The reason, as I in my preamble, when I talk about trade ideas in general, I mean that was the whole idea, creating a lot of different data points because we thought that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. Well, obviously we can't have every single data point in creation. So, they had to be, because otherwise our servers would just get too overloaded. So, but if you don't like that answer, I'm sorry. Why don't you have that data point? Well, we just don't. Well, that's not what you want to hear. I'm sorry. But to be honest, in this room, that rarely happens. Well, fun, PHUN. And you hold over 450. Now, the next high looking left, I believe, was about 490. Yeah, 490. So the next high on a weekly chart is 490. Okay. Well, you don't often talk, Harvey Zitman, but yeah, there's Uber. There's Uber. I am actually stunned that this is an all-time high. What a great move for Uber. And a lot of it, I guess, I mean, if you're trying to read into why is Uber, they're suggesting that because Tesla's robotaxi is going to be at least 2 years out, this is helping Uber and Lyft. And also, here's some more news if you want. Grocery delivery has customers buying more products. So DoorDash, Instacart, and Uber Eats unlocked extra sales. But that's for the restaurants and grocery people. But Uber is obviously taking advantage of that too. Yeah, I have no idea. Is Uber making money yet? No idea. Okay, Perry. So good question. That's the question. I have added indicators to one of my charts. I want to replicate it on all my open chart. Oh, you mean automatically do it? You can't do it. Okay. I was going to say that all you have to do is save that chart as a default chart. And then then every time you open a chart, all those indicators will be there. Now, how many charts do you have open? And I mean, you could one by one close them all down. And then, so for instance, here's your chart window. Now, let me, let's just say this is a 5 minute chart and you've got all the indicators that you want on all your charts. It doesn't matter the time frame. Well, all you have to do is keep duplicating this chart. Now, are you a standard subscriber? And that's why you've got 10 charts. That is the maximum. Okay. It may be, I know it sounds crazy, but it may be easier for you to just like duplicate the one chart that you've got all the like close down 9 charts. Okay. I know it sounds crazy, but close down 9 charts and then duplicate the chart that has all the indicators on 9 times instead of having to go to the individual chart and adding them all. It won't take that long, actually. If I break this chart out as an example, okay, so imagine this is the chart that you've got all your indicators on that you want. Now you just duplicate it, okay, and duplicate it 9 times. And you just keep duplicating it. It might be easier for you to do that than going to the individual charts and adding all the indicators. Yeah, well, it's not that hard though. I mean, honestly, it's not that hard. I mean, then you just have to rearrange the charts. I understand, but there's no way to say, okay, I know there are charting programs that do that. Apply this to all my open charts. We can't do that. Sorry. Now, don't get mad at me. I know that's not the answer you want. Okay, but that's what I would do because then, I mean, it would take you a minute, to do that, and then arrange them where you want them. All right, guys, 11:21. Wow, it's been a fast morning. So, and I love the questions. Okay, the questions keep me very active. Okay, There's nothing worse than, I mean, I can only talk so much about different talks that I'm seeing. Okay, so I really encourage the questions all day long. I understand. I do get that via Perry. Other charting programs allow you to do that. I do get that. Do you have these? Do you have your charts in a doc? Because that makes it a little more complicated. But oh yeah, well, it's 9 years of it. Getting up this, well, even longer, even longer. This is the ninth year anniversary of this room, guys. It's October of 2015 is when this room in this format, sharing my screen live on the mic. We had a text-based one for a couple of years, I think, and then we went to this. Okay, guys, I just want to confirm with Andy that it will be him in about 25 or 35 minutes, taking over for me. Oh, Chris, you asked me this. I didn't have Slack open. I did. I don't know if you're still around. I didn't have Slack open at all. Okay, I'm trying to shut down all the resources really, just so I don't overlook. Not that Slack is a big resource hog. And I'm talking to Chris Farley in our YouTube, in our Slack thread. Oh, there you are. Okay. No, I don't hate you. So, what was your question? I have no customs in my single stock window. Oh, my alert in my alert window. Which one? I don't think I'm not using any customs. There is one, but I'm not using it. You're talking about you're talking about that absolute P minus or price minus P. Oh, okay, okay, I can give that to you. Give me a moment. Oh, you know what? I can't get to it. Just give me. I'm gonna have to. I hate to do this. I'm gonna have to load Chrome to find it. Looking for a password or some stupid thing. So just give me a moment. Okay, actually, I was wrong. Okay, here it is, Chris. Okay. I'll put it in Slack also. Let me shut down Chrome. You the man. I remember when Greg Norman got so ticked off a long time ago when he was golfing. So you guys have been trading. Yeah, I lost sight of AEHR. Completely lost sight of it. Yeah, what a comeback is right. Well, let's see again. Maybe next week. Maybe next week. It takes out this high right there, which is 1569. It got close. It got very close. It did take it out in the pre-market. But it just couldn't hold. All right, Andy just confirmed. So it'll be Andy today taking over for me in about half an hour in our YouTube room. Okay. Oh man, this fun is PHUN giving me a lot more now, guys. So remember, if you're in this one, 490. Okay, 490 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. I actually should probably check on the daily just to see if there's anything sooner than that. I have to go back to when? I have to go back to July. Not sure I'm going to be able to do it. So actually, the next high on the daily chart, guys, is 476. That's close enough. I mean, that's 480, right, or 490. So close. So 476 is the next high for fun, PHUN, on the daily chart. Okay. So if you're in this one with me, I'm glad I actually looked. 476. So it's getting really close, but look at the volume. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the daily chart. Still good volume. But look at the volume today. It's still good volume. The volume is, you see what happened? The volume started to come in, and that's what gave it that pop. Now, guys, I am okay. Yeah, I've taken most of the trade off now. Okay, because of that 476, taken most of the trade off, and that's for the PHUN. So that's a way to use our AI, guys, like a watch list. Okay, they don't. This was the one. I mean, I remember I did take the very early, and modestly worked, and then modestly didn't. Or I got stopped out and then I took it again and it took myself out for a minor gain. But the PHUN had to be watching this. Okay, you had to be watching this because of the room it had. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am now back again. Man, I would have been all over this wolf, except why did JP Morgan have to put a $10 price target on it? And it was already there. Now, I should have seen, let's see what Rolf did, though. Ah, you know what? If I'd seen that one, I would have been really all over it. So they've got a price target of 25. Yeah, it's funny. I mean, look at this. We got these lawyers crawling out. Did Wolf Speed mislead investors? Join our class action. I'm not saying they're wrong, okay? But man, I wish I'd seen this headline instead of the J.P. Morgan one. So this is what Roth Capital, the company, is in final negotiations to supply 200 millimeter wafers to a few major third party companies or customers. All right. Well, that's the reason, guys. That's why Wolf is just ripping higher. And look at all the room it's got. I mean, that was the beauty. I mean, it's got $14 as potential. I shouldn't say it like that. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 1397. Okay, I'm not saying it's getting there. All right, let me put an alert at that force. Remember the daily high is 470, 476. I'm just going to put a price alert there. I don't have very much left. Okay, I don't have very much left of the PHUN, but if it pops through that, and then you got to have to worry about the $5 level. If somehow it gets through that, well, look out. All right, a little bit of a surge and surge here, guys. SURG. Oh, look at this. Look at how much room this has got. Okay, another one to really pay attention to. Okay, SURG. Look left. Look how much room this has got. 279 before it hits that next high. I've seen you guys posting about LBPH. I haven't. I have not clicked on it. Is Tiger getting ready? Well, let's take a look at Tiger. This is from our YouTube room. Is Tiger getting ready? Well, it sort of was ready. When did you post that? 11:34. Well, it's sort of this would have been a nice area. Well, obviously right here. I didn't see this. Oh my goodness. How long have I been on mute? Thank you. I think I sneezed or something, so I put myself on mute. All right. Well, I know I was on mute for this. Okay. So let me just explain this again. Okay. The gap continuation or reversal scan. I brought this back today. I'm going to be using it now for probably the next month and a half when we get really into earning season. So let me explain what this means. Yeah. Okay. For 6 minutes. Okay. So if I right click on it, why it's called a multi-strategy window is this the use of a multi-strategy window, typically for people who don't have a lot of screen space. Maybe you've only got one monitor and you want to take some alert windows and put them into one screen. Okay. That's not my issue. I've got enough space. I've got three big monitors, but sometimes what I like to do is group together somewhat similar scans into one. So let me explain this. I right click and hover over strategies, the gap up and go. So that's a stock that had an initial gap and then it kept going at the time of the alert. It doesn't mean that it's going to keep going. Okay. But that's when we get the alert. Gap down and reverse. That's a stock that gapped down and then is starting to reverse. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to reverse all day. Gap up and reverse. Hopefully, this is starting to make sense. Like stock that gapped up, and now it's starting to move down. And then the gap down and go, a stock that gapped down and then kept moving down. So, why I like to bring this up or use this during earnings season, because we start to get a lot of companies, of course, when they release earnings, they can have gap up and goes and gap down and goes, and also a lot of the reversals. Now, this is on my homepage. It's called a gap continuation or reversal scan. Okay. All right, guys. I think the fun could be PSUN could be over now at 476. I have my doubts it's going to take that out, but certainly that was a very nice one from our AI. And if you had the patience to, to take the trade and hold on for a while, and I'll say it all the time, our AI is it's a good watch list. Follow the stocks all day long. Look at the PW. I mean, the PW possibly, possibly it could come back. Okay, it could come back. I mean, it's still barely positive for the day, but later on in the day, it's possible it could have a shoot up. The other thing to keep an eye on is this reentry price. So what happens is this: if an AI alert gets stopped out, you can see stop hit, it hits the stop. What happens is a reentry price can happen later on. And how does that happen? And this could happen actually. 50. Well, this is on a short, okay? Let me go on the long one here at PW. It could happen on the short. But if there's a stop price at 142, and here is the entry price at 159. If PW gets halfway between 159 and 142, you'll get a little an alert as a reentry. Okay, something you might want to look at as a reentry. That's how it works. It's nothing highly scientific. It just goes if the stock hits the stop price at any time and then comes halfway between the stop price and the original entry, you can get a re-entry price. And nothing you have to do. You just have to have the column up. But notice, nothing has happened in any one of them. So for this one to happen on a short, it would have to be halfway between 10:06 and 11:50. Okay, on a short. And then the Viri, the same thing. Here's your stop at 477. Here was your entry at 430. If it somehow gets halfway between 477 and 530, you'll get a. Doesn't happen that often, to be honest. But when it does, definitely take. I would really pay attention to it. Look at it this way. Maybe the AI was just a little bit early in getting, with the alert, and it set it, but it can always set up again. So if you don't have this reentry price column, if you have our AI and you do not have this reentry price column, all these are adjust, like these are custom, right? Well, custom. You can put whatever columns you want, as well, as long as we have the column. So you just right click and you see this is a list of all the headers that you can have. One of them being the reentry. Personally, I think we have way too many headers. Overcomplicates it, but I would have the reentry price as a so that if it does happen, you'll know about it. We meanwhile, verb kept moving. What happened on the halt 671? Yeah, so it really romped after that. Well, for a while anyway. I got it from 671. It got up to 814 or so. I see the TWG is finally starting to drop a bit here. No shorts available for me. Ah, you're right. So this just opened, guys. SGFS, thanks to I'm going to butcher your name, Taufik, Tau- Taufik, Daoudi. Sorry, this is in our YouTube room. This is a quick with our pulse resumes. Okay, when it's an IPO, sometimes it'll appear as a resume. Okay, like we're right there. You can see at 11:40. Okay, sometimes it will appear. I would say 90% of the time, an IPO will appear as a resume. It's a little bit of it wasn't designed that way. Yeah. So right now, right now, this is not an excited. Well, you see, okay, I'm just looking here. The IPO was priced at $4, so it's below the IPO price. So right now, there's not a lot of excitement about it. What I will do, it opened up here. If it takes out the high later on, and gets over four in a big way, it's possible that I will take that trade. Now, where is this out of? This is what I use for my IPOs. So this is out of. So this is a China IPO, guys, and those are the ones that can be really exciting. Okay, and sometimes the day of, they can really go crazy. Sometimes they do nothing. What was the one we saw yesterday that had rested for about 3 weeks and then just ripped? I remember that one later on in the day, and it's all about the structure because I mean, it hardly any shares issued. 2 million shares, okay, 2 million shares. So they're not raising a lot of money. Okay, guys, verb is right back up, right back up. Probably a very low float. Yeah, crazy low float. We have under a million in the float. Maybe in the afternoon, those of you who are new and listening to me constantly talk about the float, wondering what it is. Well, first of all, I told you, don't be shy. You can ask. Okay? But don't ask now because I'm going to be taking my break soon. So don't ask now. Well, look at verb. Wow. We saw this one a while back. You can see this week back here where it got up to 26 something. Let me check on a monthly chart. It might have even got higher. Yeah. Now, I can't remember if it's actually hit 185 or if this is reverse split adjusted. I can't remember. It's possible that it really did hit. I think it's one of these crazy ones. And if you're wondering why, well, there was no reason other than traders around the world got a hold of this and just get fear of missing out, kept hitting it higher, 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 and higher. But look what happened afterwards. What price should you buy Verb? I'll buy a Verb for $10, Alex. I know that's not quite right, but yeah, JJ saying that TD is so they got hit with that big fine, $3 billion, I think, for not keeping better track on money laundering. One of our big banks in Canada. We've got the five big banks. And I actually saw that it was your 10th biggest bank in the States. All right, guys. So I'm getting set to take my break. Sometimes Andy shows up a little bit early. So what I'm going to do now is put my announcement in that I'm on a break. Of course, until he shows up, I'll still be here. And before I go, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you guys can head over and listen to Andy for his 1 hour. Okay, so there's the YouTube link, guys. So I'm just going to wait for Andy to show up. Well, no, I don't surprised, but Fun PHUN is still hanging in there. So I'll be not amazed, too strong a word, but I'll be surprised if it takes out that 476. Lays, LASE. I know somebody mentioned, I think probably Draw or somebody else mentioned that earlier today. This has been, of course, a super active. A couple of weeks ago, got up to almost $20. Fell the last couple of weeks, but it's trying to come back somewhat. The high or not yesterday, but the high 2 days ago was 10.15. So there is some room. It's over 9 right now. A little bit choppy for my liking. And the market is just doing its thing, guys. That was a little potential uh-oh moment, but not even close. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. Herbalife. So again, this is an interesting way if you're looking to short things or even go long on days that the market's down, okay? The upside movers versus the downside movers. Basically what it is two scans, two alert windows, one going one way, the other going the other way, sort of competing scans, okay? And so anything in green means the stock just made a new high. Anything in red means the stock made a new low. You can see that since I started this scan, now it does have some pre-market action, though I don't think anything happened. But let's just say 93% of the tickers that have come through here have been green. That's what that 93% means. Now, if I stop this right now and restarted it, like from right now at 11:58, it could be a very different look. You know, especially if the market started to drift down, you might see a very different look. More stocks in red. All right, I heard a little pop. I think that means Andy's in our YouTube room. So, guys, I believe Andy is now in our YouTube room. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys, as it says, around 1 o'clock. Okay. And now, Mr. Andy Andley. I was
What's happening,
practicing
Barry?
all morning. I was going to give you the proper introduction, and I just stumbled all over it. Mr. Andy Lindloff.
There you go. You got it.
Is in our YouTube room right now. Just to introduce you, yes, Andy works at Trade Ideas. In case you don't know, and he will take over for me for about an hour. How are you this morning?
Doing good, Barry. Had some pops in some of my China stocks.
I thought so.
Yeah,
I thought so.
yeah.
Did you
Tiger
ever get into
had a
Tiger?
beautiful move. Yeah,
Tiger? Is that the one you're in?
I held it overnight, and
Oh,
because I liked the way it was kind of hugging. Yeah, it was dangerous holding these
yeah,
things, but I was upset because I was busy and I didn't see the pop to add. But that's okay.
yeah, yeah. No, that was some. I think I don't know if we talked about this
Oh,
last week, but
you're doing the fading audio fading thing again.
well, that's because I'm moving. I'm sorry. I'm moving my head around my mic.
Okay,
Haven't
gotcha.
learned to be the proper DJ and just hold my head right at the mic all the time.
Yeah, there you
Um,
go.
but yeah, with Tiger, I thought Tiger was probably just about the best one
Yeah.
for all the China stocks that I saw that were ripping
Yes.
over the week. It was holding its gains and it just was nicely trending up
Mhm.
and on a percentage basis, of course. That's all
Huge.
what I'm looking for too.
Yeah,
Huge.
huge. Uh,
So, well, listen, Andy, when I get back, we'll talk a
yep.
little football, okay?
There you go.
So,
All right.
always, and so I'll see you in about an hour.
All right, Barry. Enjoy your hour.
Okay. Bye
Bye-bye.
bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the support webinar. My name's Andy, and I'll be taking over the reins here for the next hour. So if you have any questions, uh, and I do believe we have somebody in here that wanted to some help as far as placing orders through the charts. So, but I think he may be from France and doesn't speak a lot of English. So we need to navigate through that. I have an idea. If you're out there, you're probably not hearing me. So hopefully you'll drop something in the chat soon. All right. So let's, take a look at the market and yeah, just a beast, absolute beast. Hey, Todd. Thank you. This AEARHR. I've seldom do this, but I was watching yesterday at the close, and all of a sudden I saw it coming across my races, and it was at the close, and it was doing. Of course, it's dwarfed by the volume after earnings, but all of a sudden I'm like seeing a lot of volume come in on the close, and see the stock had been kind of beaten up. Then I looked over here, it's like, oh, they have earnings after the bell, so I seldom do this, but I went with my gut and say, okay, somebody's buying this, some with volume into earnings in the last couple of days. So I took a chance on that one, and it paid off. So anyway, scalped some, then I bought some back this morning. That's why my entry price is kind of. But I tell you what, if it gets through this level right here, big short float. Yeah, if it can get through that 3-month high there, it's got a ways to go, but could be off to the races. Okay, fantastic waves. Let me know if you understand English, because what I'm going to do is drop a couple of uh, bookmarked user guide pages in here, so you will. Okay, so you will see. All right, so the first one is right here. This is what you want to do first. Okay, you want to create a strategy in your brokerage plus. So, okay, I'm sorry, I was reading something else. So I'm gonna type it in there. Hopefully, you can translate this page or these pages into French. Shouldn't be a problem. And the reason I'm doing this is not because I'm lazy. I don't want to show you. It is because uh, this is going to walk you through every little step that would be difficult for me to explain during this hour, especially if you only pick up a little bit of English. And then after you do go through that and you set up a strategy, okay, in your strategies tab in Brokerage Plus, then this page right here is going to show you how to execute those trades from your charts. Okay. So that page is going to teach you how to set up your strategy in Brokerage Plus, and then this page right here is going to show you how to execute the trades uh, on the software, on the charts. So grab those 2 pages and hopefully, like I said, you can translate them. You're just gonna it takes a little time to get used to it, okay? But once you spend the weekend, playing around with the strategies, but it's the user guide is Stephanie did an incredible job, okay? And it just spells out everything for you. So that's going to be your best bet. I mean, I could sit here and try to walk you through it, but if you're only picking up some of the English, it could be cumbersome. And somebody asked something in between there. Sure, go ahead. Fantastic waves. And then I'll answer your question here in a minute, Mr. Franco. No, fantastic waves. Everything is point and click. Sorry. Yes, yes. With your mouse, you have to do this. You have to go up, hit the buy signal, okay, and then you have to point, where you want to buy. Let's see. I was looking at this one. I'll put it right here and throw my buy signal in there. I don't have mine set up right now, so it's probably not working. But you're going to find out this is faster. I mean, it's just as fast as key because not only that, it's going to teach you to be a better trader. Uh, because what you're going to find yourself doing is just not jumping in and hitting your button real quick. You're going to like maybe on something like this. You're going to like just put a buy signal in where you want it to maybe pull back, or maybe you're watching something. Maybe you were watching this before it broke out, and you put a buy. You can just put your buy signal by point and click, and you're going to find out that it works just as fast, if not, in better than the keyboard, in my opinion. Okay, these China stocks are getting a little bit. Come on, Tesla! I couldn't help but buy that Tesla this morning. Uh, I sold a little bit because I just had a little too much more than I wanted to, but I kind of like those little cars. Okay, looks like Dog's trying to help you there. Fantastic waves. Thank you, Dog. Baidu, I thought you were going to do a bar reversal for me. You still may, but if it does ever get through this, look at these level. Let me get rid of some of my price alerts. My goodness. But if you look at that data, look how many times it's hit that level right up there. So keep an eye on that. Put your price alert in that Baidu, and if it does get above 105.40, could have a nice pop. And this Oklo just not playing ball today. Just not ready yet. So I may have to cut that if it breaks. I'm not gonna let it go to lows on me. Because I'm afraid if it goes to lows, it's gonna want to come down to this level right here. And that's a pretty good drop. Yeah, Peter, I don't know. It's, the concept. I love the concept. I mean, be a huge market for you if you don't have to pay drivers. So I don't know. And I wouldn't have chased it if it was a good review and it was running up. I just wanted to buy a little bit on the pullback this morning. And if it doesn't work, I will get out. But I got hit at 217 this morning, and then I bought some more. But I think if it gets back above this level, I scalped some, but if it gets back above this one, I may actually end up buying some more. I don't know. It's kind of in no man's land right now. Market's getting tired here. This rum. I thought it would have a chance with DJT going today, but it's just nothing going on. And good thing I scalped some of that tiger. Like this path. I bought some yesterday and then I bought some again today. I think this thing is just, I mean, when I see all the ARC stocks that have gone, and this one just, man, it's been going sideways. So I give it a shot when I can and get out for a small loser if it breaks down back below these moving averages. But I want to be in it when it pops. I'm gonna sell the rest of this sand. It was a nice little trade. I don't like to hold on to those miners very well. I just have a little bit left. Excuse me real quick. Alrighty. K-Web's not really pulling back that much. Kind of looks similar to Baba. I mean, it's kind of hoping that Baidu would go today so I can scalp some out. Yeah, fantastic waves. Be sure to, if you have any questions while you're going through those documents, hit us up in here and chat. And if it's afterwards, yeah, just send an email. Yeah, I think you've been sending some emails already, so and we'll help you get through it. The next high in this thing is 69. Let's see what SMR is doing. It's holding up fine. And so that's why I don't want to give up on that OKLO. NNE, nothing really going on there. Does the dock window show all the channels? Yeah, you know what? It's kind of quirky. You're gonna maybe get a different view of the channels in the channel bar that you launch from the new tab versus the one you do from the dock channel. And it's because I'm not really sure. We added the dock channel bar later, and of course we have the new. This is the one I would recommend. It's going to have all the new stuff in it because eventually, kind of what we're doing. I think we're going to just basically move over to this one eventually once we get it all in place. But I would go here now. What you can do if you're only not seeing that many, you can come down here and hit the show more button, okay, and it's going to populate the rest of them where you're going to see probably most everything we have that uh let's see if there's yeah, see, like I'm not seeing the stock races racing in there. So yeah, it's a little bit quirky, lawyer up, I understand, but it's just, I guess it's the way the platform, these docked windows was built, and I'm not sure. We do have pre-market in here and stuff, don't we? Uh, yeah, there's pre-market, there's after hours going down. But yeah, there's a few. We probably that price and volume. We may have replaced it for something else. Yeah. Sorry about that. It is quirky, but uh-oh. Yeah. But it's just the way it is for now. Hopefully, we'll get all those to coincide with each other. All right, market's drooping here a little bit. Let's see if this thing can get back above its 10-period moving average. Looks like it doesn't want to do anything today. Liking the setup in Neo, the way it keeps bouncing off its 20-period moving average. Tiger's got a pretty put alert here just in case I want to nibble some if it comes back. So the Bitcoin miners actually finally had a little pop today, huh? I don't trust those things. You got to catch those early. AI's had a nice 3 days. I on this. I loved it. Talked about it on my video going back to this day right here. If it breaks above this level, now it's above its 200-day moving average. And let's do the old Peter. Remember how we talk about trend lines? Look at that. Look where it ran into and started to back off. Now, my hope is it gets through that. But that's why you always kind of, and you'll be able, you'll understand to start seeing these things with the eye, and just like, I can see a trend there trying to break. But yeah, if it can get through that, that'd be impressive. Maybe get some serious short covering going on. Yeah, Rums keeps trying. If it can get above this, let's call it a 2 3 week high, maybe. Then I would think it's going to go try attempt the 50-day moving average. Take a look at the relative strength stocks with some volume coming in there. A lot of these things in no man's land. Snap, I tell you, this is a stock that you wait for it to get crushed by earnings because it seems like it does this every earnings. I mean, you wait for it to get crushed by earnings, then you just buy a little because it seems like it will eventually start popping before next earning. I don't know if people are just hoping that they're going to get it turned around, but I can't tell you how many times you buy this thing maybe 3 4 days after earnings and just buy you a little bit and just hold it because it'll eventually start running up. Okay, there is my signal for that AER. And this is what I was talking about, this double top here. If we can get through that, I'd love for it to go to that gap fill. About almost 20% short float. Great volume, 18 over 18 relative volume. Only 27 million in the float. Okay, now Tesla just popped its head. I don't know. It looks like one of those charts that's just going to kind of be kicked back and forth, maybe finish in a doji, spinning top. Let me get a good. That high was 59, and this high right here is 87. Spy's bleeding off some more. Tiger not going to come down. All right, got that number. 87. This one's definitely talk about wedges. This is why it's tough to play right now because you got a major wedge going on right here. So it's really just kind of, probably going to get tighter and tighter. I did take a little more of that off. And that was a pretty good resistance there. Oh, good Lord. What's this thing doing? Oh, thank you. Well, looky here. This one had a head fake yesterday. Now it's trying to get going again. Take a look at the watch list today. Let's see. The stocks I highlighted AI again just because I liked it above that 200-day moving average. Remember, these are for swing trades. So I like this entry better because it's not a chase, but this one still, you had to go pause go there, which was a nice move. LNTH, one you have to watch. This one, you talk about wedges once again. Peter, you're getting a good uh, lesson on wedges today. Now, this one I would be tempted to draw a couple of them because you got this, which is kind of poking through right now. Or if you just wanted to, to make it tighter, you could just do it from here, but still, whatever you call it, that's a nice wedge. I always like when they break out of the wedges. I think the trigger on that is 111.75. So it's really, I'd like to see it above, the 2-week high there. Uh, so I think now it's just a little bit, even though it's kind of poking, one could, draw. Maybe if you just drew it from here, it would be a little bit. No, well, it'd probably be it. I mean, you'd have to almost draw it from here. So it's sticking his little turtle head up, but I'd still like to see it take out at like a 2-week high there. And then the next one was CMA at 60.21. And OKLO did not trigger. Looking for, I guess I guess it still could, but was looking for a bar reversal. And of course, I'm always anticipating, and sometimes it gets me in a little trouble, but it's nothing serious, just paper cut. But it needs to bounce pretty soon. Otherwise, I'm really feeling it's going to come down to this 20 period moving average where I have my next alert by the time it gets there. So I don't know how patient I'm going to be with this. And I think if it takes out, if I get a price alert on it, I may just have to bail, even though it's a swing trade. But look at it. It's hard to give up on it when you got SMR up 9.5%. They keep defending that area. My China stocks are getting low. This Neo is frustrating me. What's the lead doing? It looks totally different. XPEV. It looks totally different. Both of those are up and Neo is down. All right, hopefully Fantastic Waves got his charts working on his charts for his order entry. Yeah, yeah, I've been trading those few ones. I'm mad because I when I'm in these things, I kind of like from the well, I'm not that mad. I sold it. I think I sold it around 12.95, so it's not that out of the money. I just when I see the other ones not really doing anything, I get that one's poised, man. I got to put a alert in that. But they can change their attitude really quick. I notice these things can, and I would think, boy, if that SMR keeps going to highs, and if that NNE can get to highs, I think you might start seeing some action in that OKLO. Yeah, you're true traders, and they don't always trade together. But I have seen days where they do, and that's what I'm kind of hoping for. That not only that, let's see, Brian Shannon used to say, "That which doesn't kill it kills it makes it stronger." So if this thing keeps knocking on the door, you can see the wicks on this thing. It just keeps bouncing down here. So they are defending it around this 30 level. How long that can last, especially if the spies keep drooping here. Bought this JKS earlier, uh, just because I'm liking the way it pulled back to its 20 period moving average. And also, you have a nice little support here. at that level. So China keeps going, and the tan is strong today, which has been weak lately, but it's definitely having a nice day. So small size, thought I'd take a chance on that one. This Unify is interesting. I almost had alert. That was my call. So yesterday, if it broke out, of course we had the big gap, but that was probably a buy on that pullback. I had alert go off around 20, and I passed. Scares me because there's not a whole lot of volume today, and I didn't like that gap and slam back down. Let's see. Yeah, we could have a bleeder. This SPY, kind of the way this market's been just kind of ebbing and flowing. That's why I've been doing a lot of sway trading and getting in and out, taking my scalps, or at least taking some off. So yeah, that Neo kind of had like it was breaking down and popped right back up. A lot of times I'll buy something like that, when I see the other ones holding up really well. XPav, you can see they didn't pull back anything like that Neo did. Lazard. Path, obviously, I knew it. I said I was about to say it should be hitting this 10 period moving average, see if it can hold. No volume, just not even normal volume. We got 3 IPOs today? No, 4? Okay, this is from yesterday. UBP, Upstream Bio, Camp. Okay, looks like that was a company. Maybe they came out and reorganized or something. I don't know. Maybe a reverse split. Okay, Camp 4. Okay, maybe they just let's see, what date is this on? 6. Okay, this was on back in June. So, yeah, I'm not sure what. They went belly up and just coming out again. It's amazing how companies can't do that. But usually you gotta wait longer than 4 months. So I'm not sure. I'd have to dig into that. More bleeding in the SPY. Path. You hang on to that 10-period moving average. Beautiful rejection there, Neo. Nope, I'll take that. See, yesterday's high on this thing was 35. I tried it yesterday because it was setting up right here, really beautiful for a move, and I got too much size, so that's why you see a little bit of a closed profit down on that one. Let's take a look at the SPY real quick and see if there's got this high going back over here, which was the previous high at 577.71. So getting close. We just hit 578.70. So getting close to that high from 2 days ago that we just broke out of today, this morning. Okay, SMR is still poking its little head up. It wants this high going back here about a week ago on 10.4, and that would be 13.49. And then he's still not doing things. So it's just SMR is a lone wolf so far. Okay, the China bear is popping up. I don't like that. Yang. Not crazy about that. Well, I don't have a whole lot. I mean, I got JKS, small size. Baidu is pretty decent size. Probably at the thin out of this. So I don't want to hold. You never know what's going to happen with China. They were Hang Seng was closed last night, I believe. Take a look at KWeb. Yeah, nothing major. I think if this uh, OKLO can pop up and get a close on a 15-minute bar above this 10-period moving average, could be one to watch. Tesla's tight. Just algo kicking it back and forth. A lot of tech stocks not playing ball today. You got Microsoft down. That's actually looks pretty ugly. You got Apple not playing ball. Netflix taking a breather. Google fighting antitrust suits. Nice job, Bill. Nice job. Yeah, I took a little bit of gains. It came out of the gates pretty quick, and I was watching, 15 positions over here, so I didn't get to add to it. But yeah, it was a nice trade. I made some good money on this Baidu, but I am just about done with it. I don't even think it's done a bar reversal. May just be just about done with it. Or at least take it down to tiny size. Because I added a little bit today, around 105. And so, because I thought it was going to do it. Okay, Tiger's getting ready to hit its 10-period moving average. Okay, take a look at the spies here and see if they bounced at that high we just mentioned going back. So it got as low as 178.07. So no, still about close enough though. Mr. Barry?
That's me.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Well, I heard you say
Yeah.
Microsoft or Apple not playing ball, and that reminded me, let's talk some football.
Yeah.
Let's you get out of here. Wow. What about Vandy beating Alabama last
Oh
week?
man, that was crazy.
I thought it was a misprint, and I looked at that. I thought,
Oh, I
it's
was watching
impossible.
that game. I said, "There's no way, they can hold on to this lead," and they just kept every time Bama would score, they'd come back to score, and it's like, boy, Yeah, they were destined that day. It was amazing.
Unbelievable. Well,
Yeah.
maybe there's parity. Maybe there is more parity than we think now. I don't know. With the portal, I mean, with
Yeah.
all these players being able to transfer around, a team that you wouldn't think would be that great if they can attract some guy, give him big money. Who knows?
Yep. Exactly. Exactly. And that's what's happening. You're not going to have the NIL like some of the big schools have, but if you have half of what they have, you're going to be able to get some good players because obviously they can't afford, all the good players. So,
Exactly. But
mhm.
especially if you want to live in a certain area of the country.
Right.
And,
Yeah.
it's not, you may not want to live in Alabama or I mean, wherever, but if somebody offers you, a decent amount of money and you love the area, yeah, you probably would go,
Sure.
you know.
Yeah, I think so. I think
Anyway,
so.
that's true.
But yeah, that
If
was
we,
great. There was a few upsets.
yeah, whatever,
Arkansas
for
Arkansas beating Tennessee. That was good.
Arkansas,
That
yeah.
was a good game.
Do you know, Andy, a long, long, long time ago, I've been to two college football games in my life in the States. One was the Orange Bowl, literally the Orange Bowl, New Year's Day game a long, long time ago when it was still, one of the four big bowl games.
Sure.
And Arkansas. I actually
Oh,
was
really?
homecoming Arkansas and the big Suey.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Now,
It was,
What were you doing in Fayetteville, Arkansas?
well, I used to I used to go out with a girl from Oklahoma.
Oh, okay.
And long distance relationship. And her boss was from Arkansas,
Mm.
and he said, "We're taking you. I don't think it's that long a drive. I don't think from
Mm-mm,
Tulsa.
mm-mm.
I don't think so.
Not too
Yeah.
bad.
So
No, not too bad at all.
yeah. So we drove from Tulsa to, and I was it was a blown away. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I can't remember who won, but it didn't really matter. It
Remember,
was a
yeah, being a
Sea of
lot of
Red
fun.
and that Suey.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They get after it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, my friend, well, thank you
All
again,
right,
as
Barry.
always, for spelling
Yeah.
me this hour. And we'll see you next week, I hope.
Yeah, you will. Have a great weekend.
Okay. Okay. You
Bye-bye.
too. Bye. Okay, guys, I've taken over in both rooms now. Now, all I have to do is get my music going, and we're back in business. All right, guys, I'm now back. And, I'm doing this reboot of Trade Ideas now. I like doing it. I actually like doing it. Get a new set of winners sort of in the afternoon. I was kind of doing it to calm my computer down, but I don't really have to do that anymore now that I completely and utterly switched over to Edge from from Chrome. I mean, going to get the odd time where the computer revs up, but boy, it's been what a insane difference it is. Anyway, but I don't mind doing this kind of a reboot of Trade Ideas. Get a different set of top 10 for the afternoon. Boy, this wolf just continues to move, doesn't it? There are a lot of shares available for me also at Interactive Brokers to short. Not that I want to short it right now, but I'm kind of amazed there's 1.9 million shares available. Well, this one's got some room, guys. It's ARHS, our house. This has got some room. Look at the weekly chart. The next, well, okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. So 1075, it looks like 1075 is the next high in the daily chart. Now, if you can take that out, the next high is 1135. Now, if you want to take a more aggressive take on it, the next high on the weekly chart is 1281. So, interesting. Well, guys, I'm out of everything now. I know I'd held a little bit of the fun, the PHUN, just in case it wanted to take out 476, but I'm completely out of everything now. Well, it was a while ago, but not really looking to do too much for the balance of the day. Looks like now. By the way, guys, you're going to hear some background noise. My wife is working from home today, so you're going to hear a little bit of background noise today. She's on the phone talking. Boy, oh boy, there's one I. This is one I wish I had taken earlier. EVNX, just beautiful, guys. I mean, just an absolutely beautiful trend trade today. EVNX. I just lost sight of it over that 12 level. It just this is almost exactly what it did this day. This is the day I took it fairly early, and it did sort of the same thing all day long. So if you've got questions, certainly ask away. So what I'll do though is let's go over my homepage, guys, one last time for the week and the scans that you can have, including the new one. Well, not the new one, but the one I'm going to be using next week that you can't see, but I'll show it to you. I thought AMD came out yesterday with a big press release that they have a chip that's really supposed to compete with NVIDIA. Market wasn't impressed or what? Oh, I see. Okay. All right, guys. So click on my homepage link and what you're going to see. As always, right at the very top, a way in which you can take out a subscription, 15%, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. And as always, use my code, please. If at any time in the future you're going to take out a subscription, helps to keep the room free. It's that simple. Okay. This is a free room. It really helps to keep the room free. Get started. You must do it. 10 short videos starting off with the download and install. First startup and login. Scroll down a little bit. Introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. I would not even look at doc layout. I don't know why that's there. I know I say that every single time I see it. I don't think it's one of the important aspects of trade ideas that people should. I mean, it's a neat feature, but it's certainly not anything you really have to. And it's not easy. The thing is, it's not easy. People can get very confused with it. Anyway, Trading 101. If you are new to trading or relatively new to trading, this is a great series of videos designed just for you. Okay. And it's all free. Stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. It is free also. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And the education section is here. And here are the scans. Okay. Scans that I am currently sharing, but not I don't have them all up and running, but I've got the biggest gainers from the start of the race is up here. Pulse resumes is here. Now the relative strength leaders. I'm going to keep this on. You can do a bunch of like what you'll see will look more like this, okay? And you'll have actually more symbols, probably maybe 20 symbols. So I decided to limit it to 6, but I also thought, you know what, this is boring. It's the same stocks all day long, really. So I'm going to take a look at the change in 5 minutes, okay, in here. So because it'll sort of shake things up. Otherwise, you're staring at the same stocks all day long. And what else do I have? So down here is the upside movers versus downside movers. And as I mentioned, so I don't have a scan I suppose specifically for shorting, except if you see anything in red here, that is a potential short. Okay. So I suppose I do have a scan for shorting. If you see any, but I don't have a scan dedicated. Okay. This is a combination of stocks moving up versus stocks moving down with very similar filters. same price range, volume, things like that. Okay. It's just taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. Okay. So if you see red here, that means the stock, could be a potential short. Now, on my other monitor, I'm sharing it. I'm just not displaying it. And there's the momentum scan. And here is the big large cap gainers. Okay. Which I really think if you're new to trading, I would pay more attention to this than that. And then the other one that I'm resurrected for the next probably month and a half is the gap continuation reverse right here. Okay. So if you have any questions, please don't be shy. You can ask all day long. Boy, this SRFM just got whacked down now. What, almost 29%? A drone play. CRVS. Okay, CRVS from Amen. CRVS. Let's take a look at that one. I don't think oh, there it is. Didn't have to type it in. CRVS. Yeah, it's been a nice run from 6. Looking left, it's through the weekly. Let's take a look at a monthly and see where it could go before it hits. Wow, nothing that I can see. So what? Did this start? There we go. Okay, so you got to go back though. You've got to go back 4 years. 4 years before we see those highs. And that high over here was in 952. So you got to go back 4 years before we see these highs for CRVS. Does that really matter? In other words, what I'm saying is there really any chart resistance? Yeah, between ENVX and Wolf, two awesome trending trades. I mean, this looks almost like ENVX, really. I mean, this is the minor pause right there, just a minor one. Not really, H. I mean, some of these, I look at Wolf and think, well, eventually this is going to maybe have a fall, but I don't have a specific recommendation. I see Horizon is showing up here now as red. But with the market being up so much today, I don't really see, I don't have a specific stock that I would say yes. But plus, you're also looking at holding it, right? You're not just talking about intraday. You're talking about swing, so like a swing short. Bottom line is no, I don't. Well, UPB, let's say UPB is IPO today, isn't it? So, and it was priced at $17. So certainly there's some enthusiasm for UPB. And if it takes out the high of the day, that could get going. I don't typically like the ones that are a little more expensive, but obviously there's definitely some enthusiasm with this one. 1.3 million have traded. How many shares were issued? 15 million shares. So, it's not wildly high, but there are 15 million shares at 17 a share. So they raised $250 million. So pretty good. I mean, some would look at Tesla and saying, well, Tesla is on a day that's up. Most stocks are up. Well, I shouldn't say that. NAS is probably not, but I mean, look at Tesla. I mean, I wouldn't say yes, this is a good recommendation to short, but Certainly weak today based on their robotics event yesterday, a robo taxi event yesterday. But again, that's not a recommendation. And I know you're just you're just doing this. It's simulation. It's not real money. So what do these guys do? UPB, clinical state. So it's a bio. Okay, it's a U.S. bio. Okay. And if anybody else has an idea for H as a swing short, feel free. Man, this one, guys, remember this one, DWTX. So this one, oh, I'm thinking of another one. I am thinking of another one, I think. Yeah, I'm thinking of another one. It started with the letter D that went crazy, but look at this, DWTX. So there's the high. Looks like it was an IPO a couple of days ago. Okay, a couple of days ago. And there's the high that day. You know, I like this, guys. I like this. Sorting by the change in 5 minutes. Okay, and you can see this. The TIF is up 17%. It was at 20 odd. So this will catch some movers either on the way down or on the way up. TWG up 12% in the last 5 minutes. You can see. Look at that pop right there. Whereas Verb is down 3.5%. So you might look at this. I mean, if you're a VWAP player, look at the VWAP here, 920 for Verb. Okay, 920. So it's sitting right at the VWAP. This has one. It's one of those that potentially, if it holds this area and later on gets some volume coming in, it could do it. It could do its thing again. Maybe take out the high because look left and look at all the room it's got. 16 around $16. All right, guys. Here's one that's showing up. I hadn't seen it before. WYY, and look left. Next high is 429. Obviously too close when you look at a weekly chart. Anyway, for WYY, it's been trending beautifully. Also, I don't see any specific news on it, but Boy, this CAPR has been all over the place. Look at this now. My goodness. It's been all over the place, guys. I mean, it had the news in the pre-market. Initially the reaction was good. Then the market opened, went all the way back down, and then it popped up, and then it got above the pre-market high. But since then, it has just been drifting down all over the place. Even though, they're talking about reporting positive long-term data, but, I guess there's more to it than that. Maybe it's not good enough. I don't know. Wainwright has raised his price target to 77 from 40. Well, that's not helping it yet. So it's basically gone, it's basically flat. It's down a nickel from yesterday's close. Wow. Well, if it wanted to, and so the week low was down here around 1552, 1537 actually. Right here, yesterday's low. Do I use it? Yes. I don't use it, when I say blindly, I don't just because I get an alert, I take the trade immediately. No. But PHUN, I use it. Well, I mean, we knew about PHUN in the pre-market, but kind of got a boost of confidence when I also saw it in our AI. Right here. Okay. The rest of them, I actually took a couple of times, got stopped out once, made a little the second time. I actually took, I use it like a watch list. I actually went the other way with CATX. I made decent money on it. Initially would have been okay. The alert was at 10:06 to short, got down to 960, but I liked the way it was setting up to go long, so I went long it. So I use it like a watch list. Even this Cat X has a shot. I mean, if it gets over 1180, I mean, this has a shot still. The high, of course, today is up at 13, but it's had a great bounce. Okay, there's Verb, 3.63%. Let's take a look at what Verb is doing. Yeah, so, man, what did I just say? If it holds the VWAP, 920, if it holds the VWAP, it could get running. Again, guys, I know there's some background noise. My wife is working from home today, so she's on the phone, and the person she's talking to is rather loud. Verb, guys, man. So again, if you're a VWAP player, 929, 921, we were just talking about it. Hmm. I'm liking this. I'm liking this presentation way better than just staring at the same six stocks all day long that are up the most. I like this. So here's another one, guys, that is looking like it's trying to hold the VWAP, and that is SEDG. SEDG, the VWAP's at 1908. It got down to 1912. Maybe that's holding it. Now, what Steve would say, Steve Gomez, those of you who follow Steve somewhat, that 10 SMA is that yellow line on my 15-minute chart. So that's the 10 SMA. He would say he probably wouldn't take the trade because it's too close. He would look at that as potential resistance. Now, if it popped above it, you might have a different feeling for it, but okay. Now, I do see that Verb was a potential short from our AI. First of all, I have no shorts available for that. So that's number one. Number two, remember I was talking about the re-entry price? And so there is a re-entry price for it at 857. The short, I'm not saying to do it. I have no shorts available. Remember how that works. If a stock hits the stop, if a stock hits the stop at all, okay, which it did, 812 was the entry. I mean, I wouldn't short this, but there's your reentry. Well, in fact, that wouldn't have worked again. There was a time that it happened, 1209, 857, halfway between the stop and the entry price was 857 as a potential reshort. Didn't work either. But I had no shorts available for that, so I would never have been tempted. AFRM, guys, AFRM. Let's take a look at this one. Nice, 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 nice trend. Look at the 15, not one other than blue bar all day up, affirm. I would never have seen it though because the relative volume is only 1.33, so I would never have seen it in any one of my scans. Fresh. I was about fresh. What is FRSH doing? Another one on the 15-minute chart, just blue, solid blue all the way up. BCYC, guys, another one. Look at this beautiful trend. We've had a lot of trending stocks today compared to yesterday, where we had hardly had any. Even though the market has been taking a bit of a, now that was the beautiful trend, of course, but the market has been kind of drifting down, and yet we're still getting stocks that are, trending up. Okay, let's see if the 17 holds. Well, it looks like it's trying to hold, okay, for CAPR. Trying to hold now. Maybe it has a, what's the, now they're way below the VWAP. So that could actually, if you took this right now, that could act as resistance, but well, this is, looks like it, well, okay, if you took this one now, 1766 is probably a bit of a resistance area, okay? Ideally, the entry would have been more like 1720, okay? And then I'm just looking at this 5-minute chart, and there's a couple of highs right there around 1767. Doesn't mean that's where it's going to stall, of course, but A TIF, ATIF. What is it? Okay, so that had the pop, and now starting to drift down. Aha! UPB just made a high, guys. Just made a it's a daily high. See if it takes out 22. Yeah, 22 would be key, obviously. Right there is the high. There. Wow. Well, there it went. Problem right now with it is the spread, okay? 22.11, 22.42. It's just too wicked for you, draw. Speaking of draw and William, what are your plans today in terms of keeping the room open? I'm assuming not till 4 o'clock. Ooh. Ah, man, the spread is not good. This reminds me so much of that one from yesterday, guys. 330. Okay, thank you, draw. Do we have 331? Do we have 331? Going once, going twice. Okay, I guess it's going to be 330. Wanted to see if William would outbid you. This reminds me of that one yesterday, that another China IPO from, but this is a little more recent. It was an IPO for 3 weeks and it didn't do anything, and then yesterday it exploded. Ah, but I mean, it's all over the place. You can just see, look at that bid ask, just fluctuating like mad. This is Interactive Brokers, guys. Okay, this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. And now it's just disappeared. There we go. Man, okay, now the verb looks like it's back down to that VWAP. I mean, there's only so many times though that you can probably play a VWAP bounce, but verb is heading back down to that VWAP of 922. Look at CatX. I think it's not a new high, but it's definitely on the move a bit. I think last time I saw it, it was 1160. So, hmm now interestingly, there is the 200-day moving average, 1207. So that's a little bit close. Pfizer gets drug approval. Okay, let's take a look at Pfizer, PFE, but it's not moving. Yeah, maybe the operative word is rare. Rare bleeding disorder, so there's probably not a big market. Well, guys, this TWG may, let's see, could do it again a little bit anyway. But again, I'm looking at that 10 SMA, the yellow line on the 15-minute chart. Maybe if it gets above that, let's see if it can kind of curve down a little bit more to it. I think, Draw, you mentioned XPON a little earlier. Yeah, man. I remember this. Yeah, when it got up to $22. Virtually no, well, more. I think that might be, it may have actually done that. I don't think this is reverse split adjusted. I think it may have actually done that for no reason. All right. Well, listen, guys, I don't see any questions, so I'm going to put myself on. Well, wait a minute. What's happening with AI? I was going to put myself on mute. I don't see any questions. I may just mute myself. I'll hop back on the mic if there's a question or if there's something that might be happening. 27.99. So there is some room for the AI. Okay, there is some room if you look at a weekly chart. Almost 28 or so. 28.05 actually is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So not quite a dollar. The original AI. How about this one? I've seen this. We saw this one, VRDN. Yeah, it's still hanging in there. Had a great, it had some news, I think, here this week, and it is basically maintained. It went from 13 all the way up to, well, 22, not all the way up, I suppose, but nonetheless, this is kind of maintained. It's a drug. It had some news, obviously pretty good, and as opposed to a lot of them that pop and then start to drift down, this is still hanging tough. Another beautiful trend on the 15-minute chart. Okay, guys. So again, I'm just going to put my announcement in, and if you have any questions, we'll get back on the mic. Oops. Okay, so I'll get back on the mic. Back on the mic if there's a question or I'm seeing something that might be interesting. No, Todd, I put myself on mute. Okay, don't reload. Okay, you maybe don't see the announcement. You guys, well, maybe you're not seeing my screen. That I'm mute. I will get back on the mic if there's a question. Okay, so that was the reason I'm not. I'm not. I mean, I put myself on mute. Okay, but I'm putting myself on mute again. Again, if you guys got questions, please. All right. Well, let's see. If you're in Spain, I guess I can say buenas noches, right? It's nighttime for you, isn't it, Pepe? I don't know how to pronounce your name, but all right. So, how to take advantage of the trading room? Well, first of all, are you a Trade Idea subscriber? Number one. First, I should say hola. But are you a Trade Idea subscriber? Can you hear me? I'm talking to Pepe in our main room. Okay, man. You know what? I almost got this. I didn't quite get it. Wanted it right here on that little move, 1170, but I did not get it. Okay. Well, okay. How can you take advantage of the room? Well, you can hang around. I mean, it's a free room. Okay. You can see what we do. I demonstrate the use of trade ideas. Okay. What you're seeing here, I'm not going to tell you what to buy or sell if that's what you're looking for. But you're in the main, what I call the main room. There are a lot of good traders in here, and we toss around ideas. Okay. But you have to have some kind of a trading plan. Some of the things that I may say, you might look at it. I don't like it because for whatever reason. But what you're seeing here, these are my scans, okay? And I'm sharing a lot of different scans. So what I would do is, maybe just come back a few times just to see what trade ideas is all about, and what you can do. For instance, this is a good example. I like to show this one because it's a good example of trade ideas and their and its capabilities. We are excellent at real-time alerting, as an example. Okay, so in this particular alert scan that I call momentum, Momo, I right click on it, I click on configure, and then I click on the summary. So this is a scan, and I'm sharing this, okay? Now, everything you're seeing here, I am sharing. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100, The current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. Call it 2 p.m. Eastern time. This is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So the bottom line is this: if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we're seeing ECVT at 149 plus 40 seconds. So that's about 4 minutes ago. So since then, there's not been a stock that met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That's an example of a scan. Okay, that's an example of what Trade Ideas is excellent at doing. Okay, real-time alerting. Now this is specific. If and again, I'm sharing this one, but of course, if you took this one and you're not a subscriber yet, you could. I share all my scans, but you could of course make adjustments. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe there's something else you don't like, or maybe there's a filter. You say you're a trader. Maybe you want to add a filter that you like into it to customize it to your style of trading. So that's an example of a scan, but you can, we have the ability to create all sorts of different scans. When I click on search, you can see right at the very top here the new high and the new low of the day. These are the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got. But we have a lot of other real-time alerts. Okay, depending on your trading style, you may see something that you like, and we have a lot of different filters that you can use. Again, depending on your trading style, you may be able to construct something, a scan for your trading style, or you can use mine. And I'm more of a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. And these are the types of scans that I am currently sharing. So if you click on my homepage, and you scroll down a little bit, these are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. I don't have them all up and running, okay, but I am sharing a lot of different scans that I've, created over the years. So the biggest scanners from the start of the race. These are stocks that are moving. The pulse resumes, which is more information than anything. But you can see I have a lot of other scans that I am sharing. So Trade Ideas is called Trade Ideas. Okay, it generates ideas. But again, if you're a trader, then you must have some idea about what you like to see, your style of trading. How you use the room? Well, we have a lot of people are in the room. We will put ideas. You'll see a stock symbol, and we might say, "Well, guys, you should take a look at this." Again, it may not meet your trading style in terms of somebody posting an alert or a symbol to take a look at. But you may look at it and go, "No, I don't like it." That's fine. Me, I'm somebody who likes to take to see stocks near the high of the day or the low of the day. But if I'm going to go long near the high of the day, then you'll hear me say many, many, many times, I'll always look left on a daily chart or a weekly chart, because if I'm going to get into something that's near the daily high, then I want to be able to look left on the daily chart first to see, okay, where could it keep going until it hits that next high? And for me, if it has enough room to keep moving, makes sense on a risk reward basis, then I can take the trade. If it doesn't, then I don't take the trade. But that's more about how to use the software than the trade. I mean, the trading room is it's a free room. Come on in, see what we do. But for you, you're about what, 6 hours ahead? Let's say 2 o'clock Eastern time right now. What are you, about 8 o'clock now? 8 or 9 o'clock, depending on. I know you guys don't do daylight savings times in Spain. I don't think you do anyway. But the room is actually open at 9 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. Well, I get on the mic at 9 o'clock Eastern time. The room that you're in is actually open till 10 o'clock. Okay. not 10 o'clock, 8 o'clock. Yeah. Okay. So 6 hours. So you're 6 hours ahead. So that means you could come in your afternoon if you wanted to. There's nothing better to do. And you could come into the trading room because again, I'm on the mic at 9 o'clock Eastern. And before that's when we start talking about the stocks that have traded in the pre-market. Our pre-market, of course, the market in North America opens at 9:30 Eastern time. So there's lots of action in the pre-market. We call it the pre-market. So that's what we discuss for the half hour before the ones that are moving in the pre-market, and then who knows? Maybe they keep moving once the market opens. No, Corvette, no. The longest you can go, I think, anyway, history. I don't even know. It might be 60 days. Last 60 days, I think, is the longest you can go for history. Oops. But certainly not 5 years. No. That would have been a great late day trade for me. The CATX, the ATX, right there. A little transition from the orange to the blue. Yeah, I think this is getting ugly. It's the DWTX getting ugly now. Yeah, this could be the one. Could be the one. It's now through that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, the TWG. It could be the one that has a rip, low float. I'm assuming you must have bailed some down here, Shady, or then re-entered. I see that had a pretty big pullback from 16 to 15. Well, definitely next week. Keep an eye on this one next week because look at the room. It was an earnings play, bit of a choppy earnings play, but nonetheless, it's an earnings play, and that is the AEHR. And when you look left, look at the room. It's got almost to $20. So who knows? Maybe it'll be like a second and third day continuation off earnings. Look at the sea of green, guys. 96% since I rebooted Trade Ideas at around, I don't know, 12:30 Eastern time. 96% of the tickers are green, which makes sense. I mean, the market Dow's up quite a bit, Sky's up, NASA's up a little, not a lot. And again, this is like two competing scams. Okay, be like taking this. Okay, this is like the momentum up with these. Watch what I can do. If I'm looking for a momentum down, so let me just show you what we've got a great little feature called the flip. So what can be flipped will be flipped. So you can flip new high of the day to new low of the day. You cannot flip a price range or any of this, but you can flip stocks where the price was down at least 2% from the previous close. And so instead of, if you wanted to do something like this, you just wanted, instead of creating a scan completely from scratch, if you wanted to have something, like a competing version of this. Well, let me duplicate it. And then we just right click, configure, and now I'm going to flip it. See, low and down 2%. Let's see if we get it there. So there's very, but that's the last time anything would have come in through this. Okay. Notice it says 12:52. It's now 2 o'clock. So since then, there hasn't been anything on the way down, momentum wise, that have met all these filter requirements, which is pretty interesting. We're talking over an hour ago. So if you wanted something like this, I actually did create it and I saved it. So if you are looking for something like this, it'll be called momentum down or something like that. I can give it to you. So for those of you who are looking for short opportunities and not, you don't see anything in red here. And I know some of you, wow, look at this SMR, guys. Now, this is a really interesting level it's at. Look at the weekly chart. Look at this high around almost 17, 1691. This stock is at 1346. So this SMR, this could have an interesting week next week. It has come off the lows here, almost doubled. That's from a few weeks ago. Let's take a look at NNE. NNE. Not as well, not bad. I mean, it's sort of the same, NNE. Again, this is a similar sector, right? That's why we're looking at this. Kind of, because when you look left, it's got a lot of room. So it's kind of doing the same thing NNE is doing. It did, came off the lows. And then when you look left, it's got some room. The other one is OKLO. You see what it looks like. It's a cheaper version, but take a look at OKLO. Yeah, yeah, not as nice. I was trading today, Shaw. I had a nice trade and fun. FPHUN. That wasn't too active trading, but I never really am. I never really am that active trading. Couple of stabs at Berry, and then a nice one, though I'm not not in it anymore, with CATX, CATX. So unfortunately, I'm not in it anymore. Yeah, so next week we are into earnings season. We're in it now. I mean, we've had some of the big banks releasing today, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo. Next week we'll start to get more and more into it. Just give me a moment. So next week we've got about 100 earnings plays. The week after, I'm sure we're going to be ramping up in a big way, maybe 400. There might be a couple of weeks where we'll have 1,000. So we're definitely getting into earnings season. Okay, so that will be a lot of fun. I do not, KB, right now. Okay. Well, is it from here then? Dock Channel Bar, and then is it here? But can you go back 5 years? He was talking. I had to mute myself. My computer will go a little crazy when I add a layout here. But I don't think you can go back 5 years, can you? To be honest, I've never really used the calendar, feature, so maybe you can, I can't imagine you go back 5 years. Okay, you're talking here, the strategy trades all? Okay, I didn't know that. History, all, time frame, so you can actually what, you can go back? Oh, guess what? I guess you learn something new every day. Okay, I guess you can. I had no idea. I would never wanna do that, but okay. So there you go, Corvette, as always. Yeah, so this calendar actually goes back, right now we're at 2023, 2022. So yeah, I guess you can. I never thought about it because I would never want to do it, but there you go. I should never be that quick to answer when Pepe is around. Now there's a TCS guy. So yeah, you guys are talking about TCS. Through the 200-day moving average is 1521. Oh, way above it now. Okay. Through the yeah, there's the 200-day moving average. So way above it now. The container store, another pretty decent trend. Okay, guys, so I've got about 20 minutes left. Unless there are questions, I'll say later if there are questions, but I have about 20 minutes left. Draw says you'll keep the room open until 3:30 Eastern time. Okay, so I will leave at around 2:30. There'll be no more screen sharing. Nobody will be on the mic, but you can still there's still some action in the room. You guys can still post stuff if you want. YouTube, I do have to completely shut down. So before I do shut down the YouTube room, I'll put the link so you can get into the main room if you want. Ah, why not? Put an alert for this stupid one way at the high of the day and see if it blasts through that. And that is the TWG. Meanwhile, look at the market. Right there must be an all-time high. Yeah, that'd be an all-time high right there. Mark this down. 10:25 Eastern time at 580. Even Warby's getting to the act, guys. WRBY, you can see it's at the high of yesterday. The next high looking left is 1644. I mean, look at all the room it's got on a daily chart. Not a bad spread either. 1560, 1562. Not a bad spread. Yeah, Xena was a big fizzle. Had a big pop in the pre-market. ZENA, big pop in the pre-market, 341, but is really just drifted down. Boy, this AEHR, guys, I'm telling you, keep an eye on this tomorrow on Monday. Okay, this could be one of those second day, third day continuations on earnings. It's blasted through all this on the weekly, and it still has room. It's so interesting that it did this at first, went all the way down to 1352. And you can see AEHR in the momentum scan. You can see it down here. Well, this one, I mean, it's KYTX. Haven't seen this one for a while, but if it can get, there's the high looking left last week, and that high was 528, so it's not that far away. Then when you look left, look at that high over here on that weekly chart, and it's 642. So why not put a price alert around 530 and see if it can take it out? I'm sure it's probably a low float. All right. Well, listen, Verb may have a shot. Okay, may have a late day shot. There's the VWAP is a 920. It peaks out. Probably would have to get over 950 or so on some volume, get some volume coming in, and who knows? It may be a late day or 1084 or $11 or so is the high. So we'd have that to shoot for. No kidding, Paul. 40-cent financing for TWG. Still don't understand. I mean, I know William was trying to maybe explain it, ADR and stuff, but then he didn't think it was really an ADR, but I don't know. I don't understand that. Well, if you're, let's see now, ATIF guys, there's a little bit of a pop here. Did get as high as 140, 150, 150. So it's a 108 right now. I can see some volume come in though. Volume today is 42,000 times normal. I'm sorry, 471 times normal. Sorry. So pretty extraordinary. Well, guys, this is right at the VWAP now. Verb is right at the VWAP. VWAP is 920, so it's right at the VWAP, a little bit above it. Crazy low float, under a million. At least we have a million. Well, the bid ask right now is 920, 925. So they're trying to, okay, it's tightening a little bit here, guys. All right, let's see if this can hold over that VWAP. VWAP is at 920, so well, it's right in the area. Just trying to see if this is one of those late dayers. The spread is getting a little bit tough right now, 914, 923. All right, guys, we're getting close to the end for me this week. Yeah, it probably has to get up to this level here, that 950 level, to really, really get people confident that it could move, in my opinion. Right now, it's just kind of chopping around between 9 and 920. Yeah, a little fin de semana. Semana, how's that? Not bad? Pedro de España. All right, guys. So, yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the verb. In my opinion, it probably should have gone by now. Okay, guys. Well, listen, if I don't see, I'll hang around for another minute or so. If there are no questions, I'm going to take off. So before I do, though, I will put the link to get into the main room in our YouTube room, okay? And I'll show you how you can get into the room if you want. So click on my homepage link. This is for people on YouTube, okay? Only YouTube. Click on my homepage link. And then when you see trading room, this is how you get into the room, okay? And that room will be open till about 3:30. So kind of a weird day on Monday. I know it's Columbus Day, which is kind of a weird. It's not a market holiday. It's a bond holiday, and your banks are closed and all. But kind of a weird holiday. I wonder why the market isn't closed also, but it isn't. Okay, guys, don't see any questions, so I think I'll pack it in. Thanks for all the help all week long, and have a great weekend. And we'll see you Monday morning. So I'm going to stop the screen sharing now, muting myself now in the main room to Ashok, and I'll have to shut down YouTube now. Okay.